Boy, DA sick leave. Councillor B. Rasoeswe, EFF sick leave. Councillor P.N. Munisi, EFF sick leave. Speaker, the councillors who arranged to arrive late. I've got Councillor Esma Bolawa, ANC, 11 o'clock. Councillor Nel, DA, 12 o'clock. The councillors requested to leave early. I've got Councillor Alderman C. Brink, DA, 17 hour. Councillor E. Mutubazi, EFF, 16 hour. Councillor R. Mpatele, DOP, 15 hour. Councillor MMC Murulu, Action SA, 17 hour. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Official notice, there is none. Unopposed and proposed by the Speaker. Honorable Councillors, the reports contained in Part 2 of our agenda were received from the leader of the executive business on the 22nd January 2026 and delivered to you on a SharePoint on the 22nd January 2026. These reports are deemed urgent and therefore must serve today. I trust that the executive mayor will also speak on these reports when she submits them to us today. Honorable Councillors, Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders provides for reports or matters not contained in the notice of the meeting to be allowed at the discretion of the Speaker. I have allowed the following report under Section 8(1)(k) of the Rules and Orders, Office of the Speaker. Appointment of Chairperson of Section 79 Oversight Committee, Group Financial Services, resulting from the seizing of office for former Councillor R. Morage, Council in the city of Tshwane. We will get to this report towards the end of our agenda. Honorable Councillors, Section 8(2) of Rules and Orders provides for the Speaker to allow, at the Speaker's discretion, the bringing forward of any business or the agenda after the matter referred to in paragraph A to E of Section 8(1) have been considered. In accordance with Section 8(2) of Rules and Orders, immediately after the Executive Mayor has submitted her report to Council for consideration, I will therefore bring forward this following item on the agenda, which is item 22. We will start with that agenda with that item to accommodate the AG. Before we can go to our minutes, let me then allow the speakers, which is one speaker from the African National Congress, one speaker from the DA, one speaker from the EFF, Action SA, FF+, to welcome the new councillor that just came in. Thank you so much. I've counted Action SA. Are you here? It's still early not to be here. I've mentioned Action SA. Let's start with the ANC. I don't know who's going to speak. Just press the button if you are going to speak. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings, special greetings to Councillor Page. Welcome to Council. We gave you a good run for your money, and we are coming very strongly in the open elections for 2026. You lost 2 VDs to show and indicate that you are crumbling in your what is perceived to be a stronghold. Watch the space in 2026. We're coming very strong. Including Ward 48 also, for this ward, we're making inroads there.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip. DA.
Thank you, Speaker. It's quite unfortunate that the ANC had set a target of 100 votes in our ward, but only managed to get 67. So we'd like to remind them of that. And we'd like to welcome Councillor Jack Page. He's an activist and a member of our REC, and now will serve as a councillor. And it will be a game of numbers, but we know that we are good at retaining our wards and giving people service delivery, and that the residents of Centurion and Ward 57 still believe in the DA and what we have to offer. And with that being said, we all know that others do not contest by-elections, so there's really no need to make mention of them.
Okay, thank you very much. EFF.
Page. No, thank you very much. No, thank you very much. Welcome, Councillor Page. We think that you have witnessed your ward that is very clean because of the work that is done by our department there. Let's continue like that. That ward, the way you found it, let's maintain it, let's work together and respond to services our people. That Littleton, you saw how it is. It's because of us. You must not be misled. And then they must also brief you that there's new sheriff, because your leaders there, they want to act as if they are an executive. They got their chance, they messed up. So they must brief you that there's a new executive. So we are the executive. Huh? We are the executive. Welcome. The executive is welcoming you. Sharp, sharp. This is the executive. They must introduce you to the executive. The guy who's leading you there must not mislead you. He failed dismally. You saw it. Now he's trying to come and behave like an executive. Ufedil is done.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA also like to welcome Councillor Page. We are hoping that you are going to work well with our MMC there in Region 4. We are asking that don't try to be relevant always by mentioning Action SA like your fellow councillors are doing, because without mentioning Action SA, it looks like they are not relevant. Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Then let me allow the FF Plus. Then after the FF Plus, one councillor from the Progressive Parties that will represent all of them. FF Plus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the FF Plus, I would like to congratulate the incoming councillor, Councillor Page in Ward 57. I trust that he has the best interests of the residents at heart and that he will serve them well. The Freedom Front Plus concluded an election campaign based on strong ethical foundations, sticking to the fight at hand and never once resorting to foul play. Mr. Speaker, the same cannot be said for the DA, who relied on swart gevaar tactics. The Freedom Front Plus condemns the blatant use of scare tactics and lies in the Ward 57 by-election. Mr. Speaker, the following SMS was sent out by the DA on voting day, and I quote, only a few hours to go. It's neck and neck between the DA and the ANC. Remember to vote DA before 2100 hours. Your vote can win it. Let's look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. The race was clearly between the DA and the Freedom Front Plus. We won 2 of the 3 voting districts. Using the ANC to scare white voters into voting for the DA is an outdated tactic. If you cannot win on merit, you should not run. That's not all. That's not all. I must bring to this council's attention the following matter. A DA councillor left the following message on a public WhatsApp group on voting day, and I quote, "Please don't forget to go and vote if you reside in Ward 57. It is of utmost importance that you vote. If you don't, you will allow your inferiors to rule over you." Close quote. Who is inferior, Mr. Speaker? Wesley Jacobs because he is brown, or the ANC because they are black? These comments are beyond unacceptable. That's not all. The Freedom Front Plus party agents noticed how at certain old age homes, on the day of voting, on the day of special voting, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor.
On the day of special voting, Mr. Speaker, non-compos mentis elderly folk were registered for special voting despite being incapacitated. Furthermore, it has come to the attention of VF Plus councillors that at some old age homes inside the ward, elderly residents were allegedly threatened by DA members, saying that if they do not vote for the DA, the ANC will kick them out. The Freedom Front Plus takes these issues very seriously, and they have been raised at the highest levels, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps with all this considered, Mr. Speaker, if the election results were won on merit and hard work,
Councillors, just hold on, Councillor. There's
Mr. Speaker, if the election results were won on merit and hard work only,
just hold on, Councillor. Can I? Sorry. I know sometimes people say things that you don't like. The councillor, it's his way of welcoming the new DA councillor. Yes. So let's then allow him to speak and finish his welcoming speech of the councillor. You were given, councillors. Councillors, can you allow the councillor to speak? Iman. Listen, councillors. A welcoming. I didn't give a timeline on a welcoming speech, but I'll always also ask the councillor to wrap it up, but finish your speech. Let's allow him to speak.
all right. I'm wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. If the election result was won on merit and hard work alone, we would be congratulating Councillor Wesley Jacobs from the Freedom Front Plus on his victory today. Yes. The results spoke for themselves. A clear VF Plus victory in 2 of the 3 voting districts. A loss in the VD with the most special votes. We all know why that happened. It's no secret. So congratulations to the DA, Mr. Speaker. Jy het gewen, maar julle maak droog.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We would just like the Freedom Front to give us the proof of the so-called case that they've opened with the highest authorities and the IEC.
Thank you very much.
Because they keep on saying there's no such case.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace. The councillor was making the speech. The councillor was making a welcoming speech. If the speech didn't sit well, then address the councillor, not the council. The councillor was welcoming your councillor, so let's accept his speech of welcoming the councillor. Then if you have issues with him, address that with him. Thank you so much. Let's then move on to, yes, MMC Ramabulu.
No, Speaker, thank you. Thank you for recognizing me. I think we can't leave this matter unattended. These are very serious allegations, and I think those who were part of the elections, particularly the ANC, must lodge a complaint to IEC, but also yourself as a speaker, your office have powers to investigate. Because we might be here with a person who benefited through fraud and criminality. Because these allegations that were raised by VF Plus, and I'm glad that they are raised by VS Plus. I'm very happy. Because had they been raised by us, they were going to be undermined because we are always undermined. Now, this is nice. That is, it's coming from that side. So let's follow it up because it makes sense. We need a forensic investigation.
Thank you very much.
And also, Speaker, protect me. Wabona mutho wa makhuru spandau. Ake ba tlo telelwa ke mutho o paletswe. This failure who failed to lead utility must not come and take the frustration to me.
Councillor,
Please.
wait, okay.
No, talk to
Just a
this thing,
second,
man.
MMC.
It's on
Just a-
tin and bolela le yona.
Thank you very much.
Bolela le mutho wa ga o mutho shu.
MMC.
Bolela le dludlu ke yena ntshwenyamo.
MMC.
Bolela le
MMC,
dludlu
thank you.
bomba wa ntshwenyamo ke die bjana.
MMC,
Defend me from
MMC
bomba.
Ramabudu.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi. Thank you so much. It has been noted what you have raised, Councillor Ace and Councillor Ramabudu. It has been noted, and I will engage with the councillor after this meeting. Thank you so much. Honorable councillors. Okay, go ahead.
Let me take this opportunity to convey our heartfelt condolences to Minyuku family following the tragic and senseless death of a 4-year-old Obakeng Munyuku who was fatally shot in the Krisani section of Hammanskraal on Saturday, the 24th of January. The loss of a young child under such circumstances is deeply painful and has shaken not only the family but the broader community of Hammanskraal. This tragedy has left a profound sense of grief and shock among residents. This reckless and unacceptable act of violence is strongly condemned. No child should ever lose their life in this manner. An incident of this nature threatens the safety and well-being of community. As part of the city commitment to supporting residents affected by trauma and loss, social workers have been deployed to provide counseling and psychosocial support to the family. It is noted that the alleged perpetrator has appeared in court and the bail application was postponed to February 2026. While the police investigations are ongoing, trust is placed in the legal process to take its full course and ensure that justice is served without fear and favor. The city reiterates the importance of protecting children and working collectively to build safer community for all. Thoughts and prayers remain with the Minyuku family during this unimaginably difficult time. Re ba moloko re le a city la lankanto madi a tshologe ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Is it a she or a he? May his soul rest in peace. And I'm sure the council will give support to the family. And thank you, MMC, for raising this to us. Losing one soul, it's many. Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, just from the side of the DA, as we send our heartfelt condolences to the family of Obakeng, it's also very important that we raise the issue that we've got a serious, not just a gun problem, but a violence problem within our society. And it's something that as this council, we need to take more active steps in addressing that within our communities. It cannot be that we are only discussing issues around gender-based violence during the 16 days of activism, when we see every single day that children are the most vulnerable vulnerable and are not being protected. It is good as well for us to go out there and also ensure that we get guns away from our communities and push and advocate for an amnesty period as this council, where people go and turn in unlicensed firearms and also do not give firearms to their neighbors in this regard. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The point of order, Leader of the Executive.
Are we just speaking for the sake of speaking, Speaker? Because there's an order. The item that we were discussing, it's matters that are not contested by the Speaker. You allow parties to then ventilate on issues that they want to speak to. Councillor Dikeledi congratulated the new councillor. Now she steals a moment again on the very same item. It doesn't work like that, Speaker. Now let's be cautious that the regained energy by Councillor Dikeledi does not necessarily abuse us and soil on our happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In some instance, when issues are raised like this, if it was not raised to us before we come to the council, allow the Speaker to speak on behalf of all of us. As I said, may his soul rest in peace, and this should not happen. And I hope and believe that this council will be able to support the family. In such reports, when they come in without the knowledge of the Speaker, can then the House allow the Speaker to speak on behalf of everyone else? Thank you so much. If then we can move on. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I see that you omitted to give the progressive parties their time to speak.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
My
no, we can't
apologies.
have that, Speaker. So we would like to congratulate the new councillor. You guys won just for the mere fact that we weren't contesting. Sekok Manet. So I do hope that the ANC will go and lodge that complaint so that we can level out the playing field. Because with all of your tricks, thank you so much for FF Plus, thank you very much for making all of us aware of the politics that DA is used to playing. Sekok Manet. Yeah, now that the DA is used to using media to create false narratives. Yeah. They even came to my community speaking about Easterus, not being in Easterus. So we know of the tricks that you guys pull. But for the councillor, I hope that you will service the residents with respect and not with the tactics that how you came in. Because if that is your level of integrity, it is questionable. Sekok Manet. So with that being said, DA, your time is up. Long time is it gone that you will use the media, yeah, now, to your disposal to create lies, yeah? You are creating lies in front of all of us, and we are not going to keep quiet anymore. You are keep on pointing fingers at the new administration, forgetting that you have been the administration, and a lot of things have failed under your watch. So, yes, all of you can just make noise the way you are making noise now. But when it needs to translate to action on the ground, you need to use tactics. You must keep quiet. Please keep quiet. Speaker, please protect me.
Councillors, thank you very much.
Speaker, please protect me. We are used to them having lapdogs. They just come in here making noise. But when they are supposed to be on the ground, they make our residents suffer. So I just want to also reiterate that they had residents without power for 17 days in Eastland without having a contingency in place. Yeah. So the people of Tshwane must make sure that they cast their votes correctly next time. So congratulations to you, Councillor. But we will see you at the voting polls. Thy style.
Thank you very much. Is IFP? So the IFP is not here. Thank you. Is the IFP here? Press the mic then.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you and all the councillors. Cha simukele inceke siphinde sihalalisele ukuthi inqobe ukhetho lokuchibiyela ngale Littleton. So siyamukela inceke usebenze kahle. All the best.
Thank you so much, ACTP.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP would like to welcome Councillor Jack Page to the Council. We trust that he would be the right person to do the work, and we're trusting that he would hold his seat with integrity and be able to serve the community to the best of his ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's then move on. Can we move on? We are only doing congratulations. We haven't started the agenda. You want all of you want to speak. Can we move on? Thank you. Honorable councillors, I now put to you the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting 27 November 2025 for approval. Approved? Thank you. Yes.
Councillor Gumako here. Speaker, before you move for the adoption of the minutes of the ordinary meeting for 27 November 2025, I would like to bring to your attention the errors are in these minutes. Under item 2, group department, property group department, and under oil refinery report on page 27 and 28, the minutes on page 28 says the attributes and the voting result were put under Councillor Peterson, where else it was me, myself, and Alderman Tana Weidenberg who proposed those amendments. And then I would like those errors be noted and corrected accordingly. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I believe that the Secretariat has noted that. In Committee Council 27th November 2025, Honorable Councillors, in terms of Section 9.3 of the Rules and Orders, the minutes relating to an item considered in committee must be approved by Council in committee. In compliance, therefore, with Section 9.3 of the Rules and Orders, the portion of the minutes of Council meeting contained in committee deliberations and resolutions passed on the following item: Office of the Speaker feedback report on the final forensic investigation into allegation conflict of interest at the Office of the Executive Mayor, marked confidential, not for public counsel in committee, distributed in council in a restricted manner. Only all councillors, the city manager, the group head, secretariat of council, group head, office of the chief whip and divisional heads, council and committee secretariat services, and indicated as minutes of the ordinary council meeting held in meeting on the 27th November 2025 to be approved by council and committee on the 29th of January. In terms of Section 9.3b of Rules and Orders, read with Section 42 thereof, I now rule that council resolve itself in committee for consideration of these minutes of the council in committee. Honorable councillors, I will now request the public, media, service providers, traditional leaders, and all officials except for the city manager, the group head of the office of the speaker, group head. Yes, Council.
Yeah, Speaker, I hear what you are saying with regard to that item on the minutes. But can't we put those minutes in abeyance until later, so that we then consider the first part of the agenda? Otherwise, to remove people and bring them back, I think it might be an inconvenience, but we might take a little time that we can utilize to push the agenda. I therefore request that we put those minutes in abeyance and consider them later, because we might expedite what is contained in the agenda, especially the annual report that we must consider. It's going to need time. Moving people around, we might delay ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is noted. And I think if we all agree, we will move it into that direction. Thank you very much. Then we'll come back to these minutes later on. And let me then, honorable councillors, at this point in time, I would like to extend a word of welcome to the following guests invited to the meeting for the purpose of guiding us through the consolidated audited annual report for the city of Tshwane and its entity for the end of 2024-2025 financial year, submitted in terms of section 1272 of the Municipal Finance Management Act 56 of 2003 and section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. You will find the report in part 2, item 22 of the agenda. Office of the Auditor General. The team is represented by Xolani Zikwele, Engagement Management, seated on the podium, and also Mr. Msizi Mavundla. I will ask them to rise so that we can see them. Thank you. And also we have the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Umana Dunkley, Kok, and Dr. Kevin Naidu. They are sitting in the gallery. And the last one, the Chairperson of Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane Municipality, Mr. Robert Cameron, seated on the podium next to the representatives. Then you may stand if they don't know you. Thank you so much. Those are the guests that we have in our meeting today. Honorable councillors, in order to accommodate our guests, I will bring forward the consolidated audited annual report for the city of Tshwane as its entities for the end of 2024-2025 financial year, submitted in terms of section 27.2 of Municipal Financial Management Act 56 of 2003 and section 46 of Municipality Systems Act 32 of 2000, which in turn item 22 of the agenda, as soon as the executive mayor has submitted her reports. Now I'll call upon the executive mayor to submit the reports. Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Deputy Executive Mayor, Honorable Chief Mahlangu and his entourage, Honorable Chief Kekana and his entourage, the members of the Mayoral Committee, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, the Chair of Chairs, Chairpersons of Section 79 committees, leaders of all political parties represented in Council, Honorable Councillors, the officials of the city, members of the media, and the residents of Tshwane. A special greeting, Speaker, to our guests as led by Mr. Mavundla and Mr. Zikwele, as well as our chairperson of APC, Mr. Ellis Cameron. On that note, Speaker, we lost a member of APC at the end of last year, Dr. Skippers, and I would like, Speaker, that we offer our condolences to the family of Skippers. We did when it happened, and the delegation from the city went to the family. We provided support, but I think it's befitting, Speaker, that we also as council send the message of condolences to the family of Dr. Skippers. Speaker, I do have an appeal that in the sake of time, that I submit the reports so that we can continue with this portion. But before we start with the rest of the reports, that you provide us with an opportunity so that as mayoral committee we are able to update council on various matters. But for now, I'm submitting the report so that we can proceed with the annual report. I don't know if I can proceed in that manner so I can save time, Speaker.
No, thank you very much. I think we can do that, and to fast forward.
Yeah, so with those words, Speaker, I would like to submit the reports from the mayoral committee to council for consideration as contained in parts 1 and part 2 for consideration, as well as annexures A and A1 that were deferred from the previous council of 27 November 2025, as well as annexures A, A1, A2, and A3 submitted for the purpose of this council meeting for cognizance and or discussion, Speaker. I would like to make an additional recommendation that we omitted on the annual report, Speaker, that in terms of 13 subsection 5 of our rules and order, that I submit the amendments that in terms of section 127 subsection 5 of the MFMA, the annual report be made public and invite local communities to submit inputs. So that would be the third recommendation on the annual report. With those words, Speaker, the reports are submitted.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Honorable Councillors, as mentioned to you earlier, I am now bringing forward item 22, part 2, for purpose of which I will now, which is the Executive Mayor has already submitted this report. I was going to call her again. Honorable Councillors, I will now call upon the Auditor General Representative, Xolani Zikwele, to take a podium and to address the Council. Mr. Xolani Zikwele. Let me remind the councillors, the questions that will be allowed, it's only seeking clarity questions. And all other questions, the AG requested that we write to them. But only seeking clarity questions on the presentation or on the report that they are going to give. Then on all other questions that you have, please do the written submission to the AG. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Zikwele.
Okay. Good morning, Honorable Speaker of Council. Morning, Honorable Executive Mayor, Honorable MMCs, Honorable Councillors, the City Manager and the leadership of the institution, including as well good morning to the honorable traditional leaders that are in the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to come and present the audit report for the 2024-25 financial year. We have prepared slides to speak to the audit report, and obviously with the audit report having been circulated, we assume that has been read. And as you rightfully said, Honorable Speaker, in terms of the questions, we will address or maybe speak to some of the clarity-seeking questions, and obviously the questions that are more of a technical nature, if council can accommodate us to then maybe respond to those maybe formally after the sitting through the office of the Speaker.
Just a second, sir. Operator, can you raise the volume on the podium speaker, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will start with the mission and vision of the Office of the Auditor General. Being our mission is to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through the work that we do by building public confidence. Our vision is to be recognized by all our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. Our mission is to advocate for an effective government. And if you look at the right side of the slide, that effective government is a government that is characterized by a government that has good culture, characterized by institutional integrity, a culture of performance, a culture of accountability, and a culture of transparency. On institutional integrity, what we mean by that is an institution where officials and the leadership behave ethically, comply with legislation, and act in the best interest of the institution, and avoids conflicts at all costs. On a performance, from a performance point of view, it's an institution that is characterized in the context of its delivery of its legislated mandate. Also, remaining financially sustainable and avoiding at all costs harm to the public and public sector institutions. The fourth one being transparency, which is an institution that is characterized by timely, relevant, and reliable reporting of information of the institution's finances, performance, as well as how the institution uses resources and comply with legislation. And lastly, a characteristic of accountability, which speaks to an institution that provides answers on mandated responsibilities that have been fulfilled, but not only that, actions taken and decisions made, ensuring that swift consequences for transgressions and poor performance are implemented and executed. So Honourable Speaker and Honourable Council, this is what we endeavour for our work to contribute to the public sector in relation to the effective government that we speak to. Then moving over to the next slide, Honourable Speaker. This slide speaks to the accountability ecosystem. I think this slide, what it attempts to put a message across is that accountability, as much as there is certain responsibilities that are assigned to the city manager and various other structure, accountability and ensuring that it is alive in an institution. It is a role that needs to be played by all role players that are included in the slide. Obviously, on the left-hand side, these are the role players that we normally would expect accountability to be implemented by, which is the leadership and the decision makers, from management up to the city manager and the executive authority, but also accountability, support and oversight plays a huge role in ensuring also that accountability is implemented in the environment. I think you will see as well, council is included in this slide, coordinating institutions are included in this slide, provincial and national leadership is included in this slide. So this slide, Honourable Speaker, purpose is to convey a message that says that accountability in the public sector is a collective responsibility for all of us, including us as the Auditor General. As you will see, in the middle of the picture in how we try to drive our role in ensuring that there is accountability through the insights that we share with council and leadership, and the various engagements that we hold to influence this accountability, and where we know that accountability is not at the right level, we use also our additional, one could say powers, for the lack of a better word, to enforce accountability. And then moving over then to the next slide, Honorable Speaker, this slide, effectively it's the slide so that Council also is aware of the commitments that the Executive has made to the Auditor General, and really what we are tracking as the Auditor General in terms of the key aspects that the Executive leadership has committed to us and we are tracking progress on. I think at the top would be a commitment that was made by the Executive, led by the Executive Mayor, in relation to providing close proximity and oversight over audit-related matters and significant issues that we have highlighted. And this is done, or was committed to be done, through the Executive Audit Tracking Committee. Second of that commitment is the consequence management, and I'll speak to consequence in the later slide. I think consequence for us is a key lever into building the right type of culture that an institution foundation should be based on. So we did also receive a commitment in that respect, particularly to address systematic gaps and ensure consequence management is effected and corrective actions are taken within the city. And lastly, it was a commitment in relation to revenue, expenditure, and budget and performance oversight. I think particularly taking into account the importance of financial viability of this particular institution and the dependencies that are embedded to it, and the importance of this particular aspect being driven and brought up to the level required to enable the institution to deliver its mandate smoothly. We have held various engagements with the Executive, with the CM, and so forth, and we can confirm that we have noted that all these commitments are in progress, and we have noted that all these engagements and the frequency thereof is happening in the environment. However, obviously, in relation to the audit outcome, and particularly to the first commitment, you will see that I think as a city we have not moved out of the qualification. However, there has been some incremental movement that we've seen in relation to the number of qualification paragraphs that are there in the audit report. Consequence management, we have noted the efforts made by the city. However, this is still an area that requires a lot of attention to get to a place where accountability and consequences are effected to the level that is acceptable. And I think in relation to the last one, on revenue, expenditure, budget, and performance, I think we have noted the improvements and the strides that have been made by the city and council in relation to the budget that is going to be funded, or at least in the current cycle is funded, and also the various initiatives that the city has implemented to strengthen the financial health of the institution. Then, Honorable Speaker, moving over then to the next slide. So the next slide effectively summarizes the audit outcomes as they sit in the audit report. You will see, Honorable Speaker, in the left, I think your left, or at least my left, on the audit outcomes, you will see that when it comes to the audit outcome, we have seen an improvement only since 2022-23, and since that year, the city has stagnated and received a qualified audit opinion for the past 3 years. And when we look at material findings in relation to compliance and performance information, the city for the past 5 years has had material findings in that space. So we are seeing very little movement in those two spaces, and I think we will cover in a bit more detail what that entails. And moving over then, Honourable Speaker, to the financial statements, as indicated, they remain qualified even in the current year. Material misstatements were still identified in property, plant, and equipment, including contingent liabilities, as indicated in paragraph 3 and 4 of the audit report. When we look at the bottom part, included also in the audit report is areas or disclosures or matters that have been reported in the city's financial statements that we want to emphasize to the users of the financial statements as they browse and peruse the financial statements. The first one being prior period errors, and by that we mean corresponding figures or figures that were reported by the city in the previous year that were restated or adjusted. The second one being the adverse indicators in relation to the city or the group's prospects, performance, and cash flows. This speaks to the going concern assessment and the financial health assessment of the city, and the indicators or the adverse indicators that have been disclosed in the financial statements. The material impairments in relation to consumer receivables in Note 4 and Note 5, in relation to other receivables from exchange and non-exchange. The material losses in relation to water and electricity that has been disclosed as incurred in Note 46 and 47. And lastly, subsequent events that has been disclosed in relation to the cleaning levy and the unsuccessful exemption application as disclosed in Note 69. So these areas of the financial statements, Honourable Speaker, we would like to emphasize as we deem them also, I think, important for the users of the financial statements to know in relation to what is included in the financial statements. And then, Honourable Speaker, moving over to performance planning, reporting and achievement, as included in paragraph 29 to 48, not all performance indicators as prescribed were included in the SDPIP. Number 2, material findings were raised in relation to the usefulness of indicators and targets, particularly in relation to measurability of targets and indicators. Thirdly, material findings were also indicated in the audit report in relation to the reliability of what has been reported on achievements. And then lastly, we also included in our audit report service delivery targets on key strategic priorities that were not achieved. And I think that relates to priority 1, which is the prioritization of electricity grid and water infrastructure, and the priority in relation to that, and the one in relation to the caring city that supports the vulnerable and provides social relief. And then the third section, Honourable Speaker, in relation to our audit report, which is found in paragraph 49 to 69, relates to compliance with legislation. Material non-compliance was still identified in the current year in relation to the reliability of financial statements as indicated by the qualified audit opinion or material misstatements identified in the financial statements. Non-compliance in relation to asset management, expenditure management, particularly in relation to the prevention of unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. and also monies owed that were not paid within 30 days, consequence management, strategic planning and performance, procurement management, and governance and oversight. I think furthermore, in relation to compliance, Honorable Speaker, we just wanted to highlight the areas of compliance under procurement and contract management that were included in the audit report. The first one being points awarded, and particularly this would be in relation to the evaluation of bids that was those which would have been processed in contravention with SCM regulations 21 and 28, non-compliant tax matters in relation to regulation 43, performance of service providers or contractors not monitored monthly in relation to section 116, and lastly, contract performance and monitoring measures not being in place as required by section 116 as well. So those are the 4 areas in procurement and contract management, Honorable Speaker, that we raised as material non-compliance, noting that procurement, noting the importance and the significance of procurement and contract management in driving the city's mandate. And then, Honorable Speaker, just going into a little bit more detail, starting with the financial statements. I think with the stagnant audit opinion of a qualification, the quality of financial statements still remain concerning due to the remaining material misstatements in relation to PPE and contingencies. I think both qualifications are repeat, obviously speaking also to the efforts of the city in relation to resolving these not being adequate to deal with this misstatement in these 2 areas. And also, I think in relation to the quality of financial statements, and particularly speaking to the non-compliance on the reliability of the financial statements, there were also material corrections that had to be effected during the audit process or as part of the audit process to bring those affected line items or disclosures in the financial statements to be reliable. And just unpacking the qualification areas, Honorable Speaker, the first one is the property, plant, and equipment one. And this qualification area, I think similar to the prior year, relates to the valuation of the property, plant, and equipment, and particularly in relation to infrastructure assets and community assets. The second one is in relation to contingencies, and particularly
My apologies, Mr. Stwele. Councillor, may you please sit down there? And also the councillors who are making noise, can you lower yourselves, your voices? Can you sit down, Councillor, please? Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In relation to contingencies, Honourable Speaker, we noted that not all contingencies were recorded in the corresponding figures. And as a result, the disclosed contingencies are not complete. I think in relation to key observations noted, particularly reflecting from the previous financial year, we do want to note for council that the city, or at least, or let me say the city managed to resolve 4 qualification areas that we had reported on in the previous year. The one in relation to the payables and from exchange. This one was in relation to the completeness of liabilities, particularly creditors. The other receivables, the recording of other receivables, the disclosure in relation to segment reporting, and lastly, the accuracy and completeness of irregular expenditure. So these 4 qualification paragraphs, Honourable Speaker, were resolved by the city. And I think speaking to what caused this resolution, I think looking at the efforts that were made by the city managed to implement or to revise their SOPs and strengthen systems and controls in the areas that are addressed. And when I say areas addressed, I mean to the areas resolved. And also implementing proper records management processes to ensure that we are able to audit the numbers that are disclosed in the financial statements. We have also noted, Honorable Speaker, that overall there is a reduction of limitation of scope findings in the city. In other words, Honorable Chair, the extent of the city being unable to substantiate what they've recorded in the financial statement has reduced significantly, such that we don't have any qualification paragraph that speaks to our inability to report on a line item that is included in the financial statements. And also, Honorable Speaker, if you recall last year, the completeness of creditors was a returning qualification paragraph. I think it's safe to report as well that we are not noting any previously qualified areas returning in the current cycle, which means that whatever processes that have been implemented to address previous errors appear to have stood the test of time, at least up until the end of the financial year. And then, Honorable Speaker, then moving over to the next slide. So the next slide is just other aspects which are already included in the financial statements that we wanted to emphasize, particularly, obviously, the unfunded budget, because we are not auditing 2025-26, but that part. In addition to that, Honorable Chair, just concerns in relation to the extent of investment by the city in infrastructure. I think when you look at the budget overall and the amount that is reserved to take care of infrastructure assets that deliver services to communities, the extent of the city's effort in that space is still below the norm. And this also relates to maintenance of infrastructure assets, which currently, when you look at the spending of the city in relation to that, it's currently sitting at 2%. And this is also below the norm of 8% for government as a whole. I think also emphasizing the overspending that led to the unauthorized expenditure, the credit rating that has remained unchanged. I think we did speak to the going concern uncertainties that we emphasized in the audit report. I think we wanted to also reflect on the debt collection ratio, which is currently sitting at 93%. Also, the Eskom and Waterports debts that are in arrears as at the end of the financial year, sitting at around 5.6 billion. The water losses and electricity losses.
Sorry, Mr. Stewart. Councillors, councillors, I know that you are excited for some reasons. Can we allow our guests to speak without embarrassing ourselves? Can we please be quiet? Thank you. Iman, councillors. Councillors, can you be quiet and listen to the Auditor General? Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, Speaker, don't generalize. I think it's undermining on us. All of us who are quiet, it's only Councillor Fosi who's disruptive. Therefore, point him out and don't generalize because of we wouldn't stand to be called out when we are quiet. Please.
Noted. Assist me, Councillor Fosi, by being quiet. Thula ke ngoku, thetha wena ngoku. Go ahead, Mr. Square.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And also we wanted to just reflect on the water losses and electricity losses that are currently above the norm, sitting at 39 and 21%. And lastly, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was incurred in the current year. And maybe let me not unpack what's included in there. The detail is included in the financial statements. Honorable Speaker, I think particularly in relation to accountability, as emphasized in my earlier slides on the accountability ecosystem, is the aspect of consequences and the extent of dealing with consequences in the environment. I think what remains concerning, Honorable Speaker, is the high closing balances of irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is currently disclosed in the financial statements at 18, 3, and 1.3 billion. I think in addition to that, Honorable Speaker, we want to also relay a concern in terms of the extent to which these areas that speak to financial misconduct are being dealt with by the city. I think currently for the current year, 11% of what's sitting as irregular expenditure was only processed up to the level of council as disclosed in the financial statements, which speaks to quite a substantial amount that remain unaddressed. And the main concern here, Honorable Speaker, is that irregular expenditure, fruitless and unauthorized expenditure, the length of time that they remain unaddressed negatively impacts the culture within the city. And really here, Honorable Speaker, is to implore to all role players within the accountability ecosystem, including council, to with haste attend to these, to this particular aspect, to aid, the improvement and the building of the right culture within the city. And I think at the bottom, Honorable Speaker, we are just speaking or highlighting the non-compliance areas that we highlighted in relation to consequence management. I think you will see we do take note, Honorable Speaker, that there is work that is being done in terms of addressing the area of consequence management. But obviously, Honorable Speaker, in relation to this space, ideally, we do not want to see a reality where there is any, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful, including unauthorized expenditure that is not dealt with. So really, this slide, Honorable Speaker, is to encourage accountability efforts of council, the executive, the leadership of the city, taking into account the importance of dealing with consequences and its impact or positive impact towards creating a culture that is good in the city. Honorable Chair, then moving over to performance planning and reporting on service delivery. I think, as indicated, we still noted material findings in performance information. So quality of performance information remains concerning due to the material findings that still remains in the reported performance of the city. And I did indicate that the issues that we have identified speaks to the measurability of targets, which talks to the processes that are implemented in relation to collating information relating to performance within the city, the reliability, and this would be differences noted between what is audited but not only differences between what is audited and what is reported, but also when we look at evidence that has been provided, that evidence not speaking or supporting the reported performance that's on the performance report. And lastly, it's in relation to presentation of performance variance. So this one, Honorable Speaker, merely speaks to what the circulars require in terms of how the city should present areas of underperformance and reasons as to why it performed below the targets that it had set. But not only that, what the city will do to address the underachievement of those affected targets. And then lastly, Honorable Chair, is the aspect of missing indicators. I think I did speak to the aspect of not all indicators being included in the SDPIP. And I think on the left, Honorable Speaker, we speak then to the percentage to which these material findings contribute to the total targets that have been included in the performance report. So this is in relation to the key strategic priorities that we audited, which is priority 1, 6, and 7. And then below that, Honorable Speaker, we then just elevate the aspect of achievement of targets. I think here we are looking solely on the 3 strategic priorities that we're auditing, which obviously for priority 1 and I believe 7, the percentages of achievement of targets being concerning. I think overall, Honorable Speaker, I think from a performance information point of view, we are noting that the number of indicators affected by either material misstatements or measurability issues or even missing in the environment are reducing. However, the extent of the remaining ones still remain concerning. And also, I think in relation to performance, Honorable Speaker, apologies, I think overall the city is sitting at 58%, which I think from an office point of view, that level of achievement of targets is also concerning. And then, Honorable Speaker, then moving over to material irregularities. In total, apologies, it's 14, or maybe let's move on the status of material irregularities on the right. 11 material irregularities have been resolved out of the 14 that has been issued to date. Obviously, I think in the previous years we would have also had 3 remedial material irregularities that are sitting in remedial actions which were also resolved. Currently, Honorable Speaker, we are sitting with only 3 material irregularities, being the material irregularity relating to substantial harm on Rooival, obviously taking note of the continued efforts and progress that is being made by the city in terms of dealing fully with that particular issue. And then 2 material irregularities that I think we did not present to the House related to the upgrade of roads and stormwater systems in Mabopane. That is not completed, and as a result of lapse of time, whatever work that was done in that area has dilapidated. But this MI, Honorable Speaker, is just one in relation to a project that was looked at, but the city manager knows that when we deal with MIs, an MI that is issued is an indicator of one of the issues that we've identified. And when we assess the appropriateness of actions that are implemented by the city, we also look at controls and processes that the city implements to address every other aspect that is similar to the MI that we have issued. And then the second MI is in relation to customers not billed for services rendered. This MI effectively would be maybe for households where apologies. I don't know how to switch off the Teams, but nonetheless. Households that, per our assessment, needed to be billed for services that are being given to those. I think for both MIs, Honorable Speaker, maybe just a high-level update on them. Appropriate action is being implemented by the city manager in relation to those two. In relation to the Mabopane one, the city is in the process of procuring a replacement contractor to deal with that particular project in terms of finishing the upgrade. But also the city has implemented a number of systems as indicated, I think, in the audit report, where then they are monitoring the implementation of projects within the city. In relation to then the second MI, the city is also undergoing various audits of households receiving services from the city and reconnecting those and billing those revenue. I think that is part also of the initiatives that the city is putting in place in relation to cleaning up the revenue aspect, bringing in more revenue, and ensuring collections are made by the city. So in relation to those two MIs, or at least let me say three with Royval, we are satisfied with the action that is being implemented by the accounting officer and believe that at the completion of the actions being implemented, the issues raised in those MIs will be fully eradicated. I think that the last bit is in relation to the MI that was resolved since we presented to the House. It was in relation to inadequate controls to monitor work of consultants. I think in relation to that MI, we have resolved it. Currently, the remaining action by the city manager is sitting with the legal system, and that MI will not be tracked in the audit report going forward. However, we will continue receiving updates from the city manager to that effect. I think lastly, maybe just for the purposes of the House, an MI is resolved only when all possible steps have been taken, meaning to recover the losses or to remove the harm that is caused. Consequences have been effected for the officials that are involved. Where losses were on a continuous basis, those losses have been prevented, and also the reoccurrence of a similar issue has also been prevented. And I think it speaks to the extent of our assessment in terms of the action, not only looking at the particular project or issue that the MI arose out of, but also looking at similar issues across the board. But I think, Honourable Speaker, I have to indicate that the city has done quite well under the leadership of the CM in terms of attending to these material irregularities. I think also taking into account their significance, we have seen an urgency from the leadership in terms of making sure that these material irregularities are dealt with on time. And then, Honourable Speaker, then moving over then to my last slide, we had a briefing with the executives on the outcomes, soliciting obviously and getting progress on the commitments indicated earlier, but just so that the House also is aware, we left the city with the recommendations as indicated below, that and particularly the areas we believe the city should focus on and put effort on in relation to ensuring or driving, the city towards, that effective government that I was speaking to. And I think that the first one being more robust, to maintain robust oversight over the monitoring of how the material findings that we have issued are addressed, but not only just monitoring and providing oversight in relation to that, but focus being on implementing systems and processes that prevent the reoccurrence of the misstatements or errors that we would have identified. The second part, I think I have strengthened this part, or I've stressed this part a number of times on consequences. They're recommending that the city strengthens consequence management by checking and evaluating the effectiveness of the disciplinary system and ensuring that cases of financial misconduct are addressed on time. And the third issue is in relation to monitoring, the improvement of financial health. Particularly, I think we did talk about the extent of investment of the city not being at the required level for infrastructure and maintenance thereof, and noticing that financial health remains a key lever in terms of doing that. So that was our recommendation. And lastly, our recommendation was the monitoring of the achievement of targets on service delivery to improve the lived realities of citizens. And then I think the last one would be in relation to commitments that have been made in terms of ensuring the full implementations of commitments made by the mayor, executive mayor, and the accounting officer to improve audit outcomes overall and enable service delivery. Honorable Speaker, I think that then brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you again, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Skwele, the representative of Auditor General. Thank you for your presentation. Now, honorable councillors, I will now call upon the chairperson of Audit and Performance Committee of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entity to respond to the annual audited report for the City of Tshwane. Mr. Cameron Ellis, please take a podium.
Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chiefs, honoured guests, councillors, all protocol observed, City Manager. Thank you very much to the Auditor General for the insights that you've provided in such an independent way about the management of our organisation. We sit here today and we get an independent feedback on how we have accounted for the taxes and revenues that we have levied on the citizens of Tshwane. What assets we have under the custodianship of the city, including the cash, but many of the property, plant and equipment that provide the electricity, the water, the licensing structures, the building oversight, all of the things that a complex metropolitan municipality has to do. So there's a set of financial statements and a lot of narrative report, which includes a small bit of specific reporting against our KPIs and our performance indicators, of which the Auditor General has audited a sample. And they've given us an insight into what's happening, both in how we accounted for our assets, our cash, and how we have performed. But as a city, it is the overall report, because that report is your report as council to the members of the public that pay your rates and taxes, that pay the electricity, that pay their water, to the lenders who fund our activities, and there are many of them, and we have long-term commitments to be able to repay them. So the insights that come from the Auditor General are one of the inputs into the Audit and Performance Committee's oversight and assistance and advice to you as Council. There are three levels of accountability or assurance. Firstly, the officials themselves that are doing the work provide you with reports and have compiled that oral report, compiled the financial statements about what has happened and their performance and what has happened with the money. That's the first level of assurance, and they say that they have spent it well. There's a second level of assurance, internal. Departments like CSOP, who pull all those performance indicators together, internal audit, they give other levels of assurance that the monies that have been taken from the public have been properly spent. And then a third level of assurance comes independently from the Auditor General. And I think that there's quite a lot of synergy in what has been reported. It's not that we don't know what the issues are. So I'm going to go through my report briefly and highlight some of the things and just re-emphasize some of the things that the Auditor General have advised. Because, yes, they give a report to the public reads it, about the quality of our financial statements, about our performance reporting. They also give a whole lot of comments about our compliance with legislation, including the one that is always an issue, procurement. That's why we have so much irregular expenditure, because we don't get the basic procurement right. We also don't get a number of other things right, and he mentioned material irregularities about the completeness of our revenue. That's something that bothers the Audit Committee as well. So yes, as an introduction, we give a different type of input, and we give input on a quarterly basis to the city manager and his team, and then to the executive mayor and the MACO, also on a quarterly basis, of what's happening within the city. The Auditor General comes in at the end and has one chance to actually highlight issues. I'm able to give that quarterly input, and I'm going to summarize some of that as we go through. Right, so first of all, and top of the list in terms of our responsibilities under the Act is to comment on the internal control environment. And the Auditor General has raised a number of areas where it is clear that our controls do not work. And I want to explain what a control means, right? It's not a system. So you've got to think about something like a car. A car is a system to get you from A to B, get you from home to work. You get in your car, you drive. We have lots of systems. We have systems for procuring. We have systems for invoicing. We have systems for collecting taxes. The control in the car, right, is if you want to make sure you aren't speeding, you need to build a governor in. You need to have some kind of monitoring of what speed you're doing. Or you've got to ask your wife to point out when you're speeding. Right? It's something other than having a car. It's something that's added on to address the risk of going faster than you should be. A policy is not a control. That's your wife telling you not to speed. Right? Does it help? No. When she catches you speeding and she does something about it and there are consequences, that's one of the ways of controlling it. But she can build a governor into the car to make sure it doesn't go faster. And depending on how much risk it is, what the consequences are, you have different levels of controls. But our first observation as the Audit and Performance Committee, and it's supported very strongly by this report from the Auditor General, is that our systems of internal control are not well designed. They don't talk to what the issues might be. So 2 years ago, we didn't have creditors' reconciliations. We had a period where, for 3 years, we got qualifications about the quantum of our creditors in our balance sheet. A creditors' reconciliation is part of a control system. When we finally reconciled those creditors, and one of the biggest one was Eskom, we found 100 million rand of duplicate payments in payments to Eskom. That meant that there wasn't a control to ensure that we didn't make duplicate payments, and there wasn't a detective control after the fact to identify them being the reconciliation. That situation has improved, but it's still not at the point where we really can handle and guarantee that we don't make duplicate payments. And that's the aim of a control. From an audit perspective, and this is since 2004, and when the Americans said you need to have controls over financial statements, they wrote an audit standard. They said if an auditor gives a report, if the control doesn't work once, it doesn't work. If internal audit is finding things and making findings on an ongoing basis, it consistently doesn't work. And that's what happens under procurement. We do probity audits, and what happens is the entire procurement process gets set aside and we start again because there were issues in that procurement. That means that that particular procurement was not subject to controls. Nobody reviewed and nobody's going to get held accountable. So somebody from the outside, unfortunately for us it's from the inside, comes in and says there's something wrong here and we have to start again. The people who are assigned to do the job have not designed a control system that makes sure they do their job properly and that the oversight over that procurement process is properly done. So yes, it's pretty controversial if I say as chairman of the audit committee, or as the audit committee says, that we have a problem with control design. But we seriously need to work on this. And there are structures that the city manager has bought into enthusiastically to saying we need to actually address every single area in the city over a period of 3 to 5 years and properly design the controls to prevent things going wrong. The second item I'm not going to emphasize too much because the Auditor General has already said consequence management is ineffective. This doesn't only mean disciplinary action and forensic reports. It means fixing it when we find out that something's gone wrong. If the first time we had a probity audit, the procurement department had fixed their systems, the second probity audit wouldn't have found issues. We constantly, the internal audit department, find issues with the reporting and the adequacy of reporting. And the Auditor General, despite CSOP and internal audit going through all of our reporting processes, still found 9 items in our reporting to the public about how well we've done that was not done properly. So our controls over how we manage performance are not adequate. And then where you come in is governance structures, robust oversight. Those 5 recommendations that the Auditor General gave at the end of his speech, they are where you, as council, can actually make a significant difference. Start asking the questions of the officials to make sure that we're actually addressing the issues that are on the table. Don't let them get away with it. Hold them accountable. Performance management, we can see the change in attitude in performance management. Remember back in the COVID times, there was just a complete inaction about, we're not making the targets, so what? There is a definite change in the way people approach performance management. That's commendable. But we're still only achieving 56% or 58%. We've got 2 different percentages, but it's not 90%, right? Yes, occasionally we should be missing one of those performance targets, but not every time. The Auditor General found 9 findings. 3 of them related to Circular 88. And they were items on Circular 88 that we'd said, no, we're not going to report on it. We can't get all the information. The fact that the Auditor General has highlighted those says to me that they realize more than we do how important those Circular 88 indicators are to actually managing the performance of the city. And I would like to encourage you all to go and look at that yellow and black report, right? It's very difficult to read, I know, but CSOP has started giving narrative reports also about that, to use that information to manage the performance. Because that is what we are here for, is to make sure that this taxpayers' money is used appropriately according to your political objectives. That's why we have a political house here. But the money that gets allocated to a project needs to be used for that project, and the project needs to perform. So no matter what your political differences are, once there's an objective, then make sure it actually happens, because very few of the political objectives that get put down are not of benefit to the citizens of the city. So if we're going to spend on it, both sides need to make sure we spend on it well and we achieve what is being aimed for. Right, so I've mentioned the Auditor General's findings on performance auditing. It's great that we're down from 21 to 9. It says that some of that collaboration and cooperation, one of those actions that are part of our changed culture, is starting to happen. Internal audit is helping to get that reporting right rather than just wrapping people over the knuckles. CSOP is moving forward. It's an example of how these things can be done well and together if we all cooperate. Right, we've got the financial statements, and I'm going to comment on the 2 big qualifications that the Auditor General made. The first one is in PPE, and really we were expecting to get rid of this one. There was a lot of effort went into actually dealing with the valuation of those assets. It's unfortunate, but we only made certain decisions right at the end, and the Auditor General didn't have the chance to properly subject our changes and our revised schedules to their high standards. And it's important, they don't like leaving audit qualification halfway, right? They don't want to say it's all right this year and then next year it doesn't happen. And that happened with the creditors to a certain extent. You qualified, the next year we dropped the ball again. They really can't afford to have fixed assets, because fixed assets is one thing that you don't want to be changing all the time. So we didn't manage to get the final tick from the Auditor General. But there is an adjustment made to the financial statements. Those assets are no longer, the found assets are no longer in there at a value that has been assigned. All of the assets are at the original value. So we're no longer overstated, but there's still work to be done to get the tick from the Auditor General. Contingencies, sure. This really is a small but perhaps a much bigger problem. The city's management of legal issues needs a lot of attention. If we can't get our contingencies right, and the Auditor General points these things out, they do a lot of work and they give us second and third chances, and we still couldn't do it right. What's happening, and why does the executive mayor and the city manager get had up for contempt of court, for not obeying a court order? And they don't even know about it. Something is fundamentally wrong in how our legal processes and how we are managing what the city faces. And that is, the qualification is one symptom of an area that needs a whole lot of attention. We're happy with your reports. Thank you very much. It makes a difference to us to be able to take those issues and move them forward in the financials. They tell us things, and that comes to financial stability, and you've pointed out some of the issues in the financials that are highlights. The one thing that the Audit and Performance Committee has been exceptionally worried about over the since COVID, right, or since before COVID, when COVID struck, we said it's going to happen, is liquidity. the ability to pay for everything we are doing, to recover all our monies. We still haven't really recovered from COVID. It changed payment patterns. So there are robust processes to actually manage that risk. And we are finally getting to a point where we are slightly more stable. But as I always say, can we face the next R1 billion problem? And the next R1 billion problem happened in November when the court decided that the Labour dispute decided in favour of Labour. So we've got R1.5 billion that is actually accounted for in the financial statements. That liability is there, but we've got to pay for it. We can't budget for it because it's already been expensed. That means we've got to find savings in this year to pay for it. It's going to be a difficult juggling act, and I'm glad I'm not in your position, Mayor, because it remains a difficulty. And we need to always be ready for the next R1 billion problem. Water and electricity losses is something that has been emphasized by the Auditor General since I started with the APC, and that's 10 years ago. It really still needs a lot of attention to be able to address. Are we invoicing everything that is being used, and where are the basic leaks? Where are we really losing money? And I don't think we've got a proper handle on it yet. It looks like there's some progress in that, however. Risk management. I pointed out that there is really good risk management. We understand what our risks are. There are 11 strategic risks. The one that has received the most attention is our liquidity risk. We're actively working on limiting expenditure, collecting the money, managing our overheads. What about all the other risks? We did the liquidity risk without spending too much money, but for everything that you do, you need to spend some money. And some of the other risks, they relate to safety, to water, to roads, right, are issues that will require spending. And the chairman of the risk committee, the independent chairman, has pointed out that if we don't budget for it, it's no use actually saying we're managing the risks. It's no use having plans if we don't have something to manage those risks. And if they remain red, at some point something is going to catch up with us. And safety is one of the ones that perhaps, as a citizen of Tshwane, concerns me most. But the other 9 are also scary. And look what happened when we lost control of the liquidity one. It took 3 or 4 years to really get ourselves right. Those risks need to be managed. Right. So I think that's all I need to say from my report. I want to once again thank the Auditor General for their insights. I want to encourage you to look at the copies of the slides which will be made available, and particularly those recommendations at the end of the Auditor General's slides. They correspond very much to what I've said now. The Audit Committee wholeheartedly supports the information that we get from our independent auditors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And now we are moving on, but let me clarify something. I will be giving time for questions, clarity-seeking questions, and those technical questions we can always write to the Auditor General. Then let me be specific. When you get to the point where we'll be giving speech on this item, you will be only given 3 minutes to speak. So the time for clarity-seeking questions, it's now, not when you are bringing speeches. So now, honorable councillors, I will now only allow clarity-seeking questions, and after this have been responded to, I will officially put the report to council for consideration. Now it is time for questions, clarity-seeking questions. Alderman Brink.
Speaker, do you want me to proceed? Thank you very much for the presentation. Obviously, we will express our concerns when we discuss the substance of the matter. On the slide, it was indicated a collection ratio of 93%. The body of the report indicates, in fact, that it is 85%, and that is evident from Annexure E as well as Component K of the City Manager's report. Now, that is exceptionally concerning, given the pressure on the liquidity position, and I would invite comment on that, especially in light of the massive water losses, 4.3% increase, electricity losses 2.3%, as well as the issues around the unbudgeted pay increases. And Mr. Cameron Ellis, just to correct you, it's not a court of law that decided on the payment of backdated increases. It was a bargaining council, and the decision by the city was not to take that on review, whereas previously in the year, the Labour Court had in fact ruled in the city's favour. Speaker,
Thank you. Who is the point of order? Okay, go ahead, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, no, thanks.
You must also look at us. You must also look at us. You said it's clarity-seeking questions. And when he raised the hand, that failure over there, I raised the hand at the same time.
Councillor. It's just the first seeking clarity question. Then I come to this side.
You're supposed to note me.
Councillor. I noted you. Leader of the Executive.
No, thanks, Chair. We want to adhere to your instruction on what constitutes the item now. Therefore, we don't want to co-chair with you. We want to respect your instruction on what is it that we need to do. There would be an opportunity in the following month to debate this report. If you want to debate and refute what is presented, you have an opportunity. Let's not do that now, because you are inviting us to then call a point of order, which is in line with your request on what we need to do. It's well and good to accept an error that might be committed, whether it's a court of law or a bargaining council. We accept that part. But to defend yourself because you are the previous mayor, it's unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we, as I indicated, that we are on clarity-seeking questions only on the report that is presented. So can we please stick on that? And I recognize you, Councillor Masilela, after Alderman Brink. Go ahead, Alderman.
Thank you, Speaker. I proceed in that fashion. I want to ask a clarity-seeking question on the handling of creditors. In particular, the recurring problem around invoices being paid in the absence of purchase orders. And that, of course, goes into the whole issue of accrued liabilities and when was a service performed and when was the invoice paid. And in the absence of purchase orders and backing documents, whether the AG has made any findings in that regard. The final clarity-seeking question, Speaker, is on councillors and staff doing business with the municipality. And where the findings were made in that regard, it's a serious concern. It was also, AG, a matter that has been aired in public and in the media, and whether the APC has put that on their radar as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Masilela.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The one thing that we want to acknowledge, first and foremost, before I get to my question, is to appreciate the objective submission by the Auditor General of South Africa, being independent, and also the improvements that you would have spoken of. And we all acknowledge that we are not out of the woods yet. My question is, to what degree on the issue of findings and consequence management that have not been investigated? One, on senior officials that would have been appointed, right? What is the gravity from the Auditor General's point of view? On senior managers that would have been appointed, one, before any organizational structure would have been approved by council, for them to be occupying positions in a duplicate form. Have they been able to do that? To what degree have they been able, one, to speak to the city manager who's an administrative head for those people, one, to be taken out of their positions? I think I'm talking about this because it's prevalent within the Tshwane Metropolis Department, and I think we'll be able to rein heavily on that. How far has he found that those things that are wrong within the TMPD, but also other senior officials, I think also including himself, that he would have been asked to go for a cause when he was appointed city manager. And then to this day, has the Auditor General of South Africa been able to find whether indeed the cause that he was supposed to have attended, whether he did attend in his capacity as a city manager? And what are the consequences that will follow? Because if he's an accounting manager of the city and he is not fit for purpose, to what degree will he be able, one, to hold the others accountable, being Faro, and the other deputy chief of police who are not qualifying to be in the positions that they are qualifying? How has the Auditor General of South Africa been able to deal with those matters? I will wait his response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is how we're going to do. Noted, MMC Ramabodu. This is what I'm going to do. We are going to take 5 questions, and now I'm going to take the second question this side, which is Councillor Ramabodu. Then I'll take another one. Then I'll take the last 2 this side. Then we give to the Auditor General to respond. Can I do it that way? I'm going to take MMC Ramabodu and the second hand this side. And please, your question might be specific, whether you are asking the Auditor General or the chairperson of the committee, so that they can know who to respond. Then I'll take the second question this side, then I'll come back and take another 2 questions. Go ahead, MMC.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. Let's welcome the report, the Auditor General. I just want to ask the Auditor General, in a summary, if the question can be posted to you and asked, compared to the last administration, since this new administration, what is your thinking about the stability of the city, things that have been raised in the previous Auditor General report? Do you see an appetite or any sign of improvement? Let's say it's a person who just asked on the street to say, compared to the last report, do you see any improvement in the city? Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can I have another question, please? Just one question this side. Councillor Notununu, I think it's you, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for...
Thank you, Councillor Fosi. I think it's important for the Auditor General to hear what the questions are.
Thank you to the Auditor General.
Thank you. Just hold on, Councillor Notununu. What is the point of order? What are you standing on?
Sorry, Councillor Ntunun. For how long are we going to be disrupted by one person when we have rules in council? No. Let's be serious. We can't be disrupted by this guy.
By my crossband.
And then you want to ignore him. You have called him to order 4 times. There are rules here. There are rules here. If you can hear, even now he's disrupting. Even now, as we speak, exactly what we are talking about is for the 5th time now. There are rules here. This guy must be taken out. No, this guy must be taken out. He's a disruptor. He's here to disrupt this council. You can see the appetite. He told himself after eating cows there December that he's coming to disrupt this council.
Thank you, MMC. You are noted. Councillor Fossey, Councillor Fossey, don't force me to give you a last warning. Please. Can I then allow Councillor Notununu to ask the question? Councillor Notununu.
Thank you, Speaker. No, we welcome the report of the Auditor General, and we are happy that he indicated the improvement on the performance management targets so far. But we would like to ask a few questions. One is that what effect does the climate change or an increase in natural disasters like porous rains or wildfires have on the municipality's budget versus the Auditor General's findings? How many penalties did they discover that have a financial impact against the city? Like, for example, the Department of Water Affairs penalties on the city for wastewater release to the river flows. And then given the recurring findings of the unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in the city, how does the Auditor General assess the effectiveness of the city's leadership, particularly the city manager, in enforcing consequence management? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you so much. I'll take the last 2 this side. Any hand? No, I said this side. I'm taking 2 this side, then I'll come back on the second round. I took 3 this side. I'm taking 2 this side. That's what I indicated. Then after that, the AG response. Any hand this side? Please shout. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The AG mentioned an MI on Royval. I wanted to find out from him what is his opinion so far as the progress of Royval and other mitigating elements that have been put in place to make sure that we've got adequate or quality effluent into the local dam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else? Okay, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I've just got a question clarifying on the UIFW. There was an amount of 3.2 billion to be recovered. Could the Auditor General find in the statements how much of this has actually been recovered? Then maybe to the chairperson of the APC. Can you hear anything? Okay, can I repeat? Can you hear me? Thank you. Just on UIFW, the 3.2 million there was, which was recommended to be recovered, could the Auditor General find in the statements how much of this amount was recovered? And maybe to the chairperson of the APC, we're doing a lot of forensic investigations. In your opinion, and maybe in the Auditor General's opinion as well, do we have competent people that actually do our forensic investigations that will lead to recovery of UIFW? And otherwise we are, if we appoint people that are not competent, it's more wasteful expenditure. If I can get clarity on that, please. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stwele, you may respond. Yeah, you can go to the podium. It's better to respond there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Council members, for the questions. A number of these questions are questions that I cannot speak to directly, taking into account, obviously, the scope of our work. And some of these aspects not have been covered by the scope and what the auditing standards mandate. So I'll just go to them, through them. The ones that I can answer, I'll answer, and the ones that I can't answer, I'll then indicate. I think maybe starting with Councillor Brink's questions in relation to the collection rate. I think with this one, the collection rate would have been based on the financial data that was at our disposal. Obviously, the collection rate month to month might have potentially been different, taking into account the specific collections of those particular months. So maybe I can suggest that maybe Councillor Brink, in terms of the actual collections, he can ask the city manager to provide that information. But for us, it was more a reflection of the collection rate in relation to the financial data that we had. And this would be financial data for the year ending 30 June 2025, and for the period of performance for the 12 months for that, up until that point in time. So there might be differences in the collection rates based on the time factor as well. But the more accurate reflection can be obtained from the city. And then in relation to handling of creditors, particularly the issue of where invoices are paid without POs, I think overall we do audit the expenditure management cycle. And obviously part of that we look at invoicing and whether goods have been delivered. I think, yes, we have made some of the observations, and not necessarily particularly the one you are referring to, but overall on the expenditure management process, whether it be in relation to infrastructure assets or payment of goods and services. And those observations, we have communicated them to the city manager, but to the extent that we have audited, or the sample that we have audited, and taking into account the findings we have issued, you will see we don't have a qualification paragraph on expenses, particularly in the context of their validity. So the sample sizes and the work, or the extent of work that we would have performed, that would have been communicated, but as based on what we have looked at, it was, or at least we could say it is not material. However, obviously the city can do a much more in-depth analysis of the payments made, and maybe give a more clearer reflection of the entire population and the extent of that population that is not supported by POs. And then in relation to councillors doing business with the city, I think with this one, if you look at where we were 2 years ago, we did present to the House a material non-compliance in relation to conflicts of interest. I think at that stage, the extent of conflicts in the environment was very high. And we would have reported it as material. However, obviously, in the current financial year, we did not note any material instances. However,
Thank you.
However,
Councillors, please.
yes, however, if Chair, I can qualify my statement. However, as much as those would not have been assessed as material, there were some instances which have been communicated to the city manager, and I guess the details of all those can be requested from the city manager directly. So as things stand, there is no material non-compliance in relation to conflict of interest. And then, moving over to Councillor Masilela's question, to what degree the issue of investigations against senior officials in relation to them acting against the structure that's there. I think for us, Councillor, we can't really indicate the degree to which you want this detail at, and I would request that maybe you engage the city manager or the city in relation to giving you that information. However, I think we have presented that consequence management as a whole, based on assessing it as a value chain. There's still significant concerns on it, including not only senior officials, but also all other officials within the city. But in terms of the one that you are requesting information to, I would request that maybe you ask further info from the city. And I think in terms of the other aspects, I think as the AG, in terms of fit for purpose and how far the issues of TMPD, that is not within our scope. And we do not have data at this stage to speak to that. And then moving over to Councillor Ramaburu's question, I think the only assessment that we do is in relation to the opinion. And I think we did indicate in our slides the history of opinion. To what extent improvement and whatnot of administration, I guess that can be made internally. But we can't speak to that. We don't have information to that effect. And then coming to Councillor Nontunono's questions, effect of climate change on the municipality's budget, I think the CM and the Chair are best to answer that part. The penalties noted against the city, I believe in the disclosure note for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the city would have reported the extent of fruitless and wasteful relating to penalties and all these other aspects, and I think the specific information can be obtained there. And then UIFW, the effectiveness of implementing consequence management. I think with that, the only aspect we can speak to is the compliance aspect, whether are all financial misconduct issues investigated, yes or no. But in relation to the overall effectiveness of the value chain, that is outside our scope. And then Councillor Fossey, in relation to Royval, I think in relation to Royval, at this stage, we do not have an opinion particularly on Royval. The only thing that we have is that the accounting officer committed specific actions to deal with the Royval issue, and those actions and the implementation thereof is what we are tracking. So at this stage, we don't really have an opinion as to whether, what he's doing is it, and so forth. But we are tracking that action, and I think where we are sitting, the work that has been done in that space is appropriate. I think if we had concerns, we would have explored other avenues to deal with the concerns that we have on Royval. And then coming to Councillors Major's question, As to the extent of the 3.2 billion that has been recovered, I think as at the end of the year, we hadn't done that assessment in terms of the physical cash that has been obtained. I think we would have audited the processes leading to, the decisions to recover. But the extent, obviously, of the recovery of that 3.2, I believe, can be obtained from the city. And then, obviously, the competence of the forensic unit in the internal audit, that's a question that can be answered by the city manager or the chairperson of the audit committee. I believe that's it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sicele. Now I would invite Mr. Cameron to respond on the questions that were directed to him.
Thank you, Councillor Brink, for correcting me. It wasn't a Labour court decision. Nevertheless, I was more worried about whether we'd raise the liability. We are aware as the APC that there's a forensic report dealing with conflicts of interest of councillors and that it has been prepared. The APC doesn't review each forensic report. It's not part of our mandate, and this is a big city. To deal with each one individually is not possible. However, in terms of putting it on our radar screen, part of creating a proper consequence management process is to say, for every forensic report, for every allegation, for every disciplinary action, there needs to be lists and they need to coordinate. And that's one of the issues that has been raised for many years is the coordination of human resources, forensic, legal. Do we have a consistent single set of investigations that need to be followed up, and what was the various consequence management processes? One of the issues there is that for a long time we struggled to get an MCAM report on forensic investigations. In other words, the MCAM is Municipal Continuous Audit Monitoring. Whenever there's an audit finding, what are we doing about correcting the audit finding? There is now a forensic MCAM, and that particular item needs to be on that MCAM, and there needs to be processes. So how do we prevent it from happening again? And what do we do when we identify an issue of that nature? So from that perspective, and ensuring that there are systems in the city, it is on the Audit Committee's agenda. As regards quality of forensic investigations, it has been a specific instruction to the Chief Audit Executive to give us a report on the quality of forensic investigations and the complaints that have arisen. Councillor Meyer, as a member of MPAC, you have dealt with certain reports in far more detail than the APC has, and I have attended those meetings where you have rejected reports. We have also been informed that the FDB has rejected reports, and the Audit Committee itself has rejected 2 major reports and said this just doesn't deal with the issue at hand. So there is a problem with the quality of forensic reports, and it needs to be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we close the question time, is any other question? The Executive Mayor? Anyone after the Executive Mayor? Okay. Go ahead, Executive Mayor. All right. No, Councillor, you can't say shut up. No. No. Don't say to another person shut up if I didn't see her raising the hand.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for the opportunity. Mine was I want to make remarks before the AG delegation and the APC chair leaves the chamber, so I can come last when you give me that opportunity.
Okay, let me take these two questions, two hands, then you come after that. Then we close. Councillor Tsile, and then Councillor there at the back.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, mine is not a question, it's just a proposal. Through my whip and a chairperson of MPEC. As member of MPEC, I propose that we have a meeting with AG like we did in your office so that he can advise on some of the issues. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ken. Alderwoman Matebe, but after the councillor there at the corner.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Councillor Masilela. But let me start with the councillor at the back and Alderman Matebe, then you, the last one. Thank you.
Should I go ahead?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and to the guests, and the report is welcomed. And I'm particularly impressed by the improvements, especially on the previous audit findings that now have improved, are not findings anymore. But my question is directed to the APC chairperson, especially that he acknowledged the fact that when there's a consistent reporting of an item, it means the adequacy of that control is in question. And he has correctly lamented on that. And seeing that that is, the area of, your responsibility in terms of the audit charter, what is it that you, together with internal audit, would do to ensure that, maybe from a consulting point of view, you assist the city to adequately design those controls? Because if those controls are clear that they're inadequate in design, it doesn't matter how many times you audit that particular aspect. It will remain, an audit finding. So you've correctly said that for the fact that those controls in those areas are inadequate. And I remember this one area that I've been lamenting even when we were in office. So it's not a political matter, it's an administrative matter. So maybe you as the chairperson of APC can guide us so that as councillors, especially from MPEC or from MPEC, they should know and direct their efforts to see how can they collaboratively work with APC to address the inadequacy of these controls. Thanks, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman. Councillor.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I would want to make this last comment, one, in relation to the response that the Auditor General, but probably from a, how do I paraphrase this, from, I'm a spiritual person, as a parable. That in the context of being spiritual, how does those that speak the gospel of truth on the second coming of Christ then go to, for a lack of a better word, I will apologize if it comes out very nasty. Then you as the Bible prescribes, that in the Lord there is no sign of darkness in him. And then how do you then go to a context of asking questions from a house of darkness? And I'm telling you, why am I saying this? In the context of what I would have indicated, and the proficiency in the cover-ups, for you to say that the questions that are quite concerning, that have got political implications, and how they reflect bad on us as politicians, not being caring for our people, but then they are of an administrative nature, and how the administration is able to perfect how it hides these things. Then you then say to us, no, you see, from an Auditor General point of view, Council, you need to go and speak to the very people that you are raising concerns about. So it's like being a police officer, like a General Sinono, as it was reported, that when people are concerned in the Madlanga Commission, then you are entrusting the same people that you are registering problems about, that know they are the best people to give you answers. I find that with the greatest of respect quite insultive. But maybe also going back, in concluding, is that maybe one may not find those answers because angazi ukuthi ukhuluma liphi ilimi wena, but you will explain to your friend next to you that ba ilunguri ba bolela Sepedi ba re o ka se tsumi ka dimpsha tsa ba bangwe ba ilunguri ke ba isane ba hao. So which means that we cannot go out there and hunt rabbits using the dogs. That is a figurative speech. You cannot go out there and hunt for rabbits using the dogs that are meant for hunting, but knowing exactly that these are not your dogs. They belong to the person that is on the opposite side of the fence. So by implication, it means that each time the dogs go out with you to hunt the rabbits, instead of them bringing the rabbits to you, they will take the rabbits to the opposite side. I hope it tells you. But nonetheless, I have the privilege of sitting here and speaking as a councillor. But outside, I also have the privilege to speak on behalf of the African National Congress. We'll make our intentions known then. Thank you very much.
Switch off your mic. Councillor Masipula, please switch off your mic. Councillor Masilela, switch off your mic. Thank you. Now I'm giving the executive mayor, and I believe that after the executive mayor, there will be a response from the Auditor General and the chairperson. Then after they've responded, we will allow them to leave the council meeting. But now let me call the executive mayor.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, and a special thanks to Xolani and Mr. Zitwele and Mr. Robert Cameron. I think, colleagues, the first thing is to thank you for walking this journey with us. When you presented to us in December 2024, there were two impressions that you left with us. The first one was the absence of a culture that enables performance, accountability, and consequence management. And you said overall, because we are unable to do these basics, we are causing harm to the people of Tshwane that we're supposed to serve. I remember it was an online meeting as the MECO. We gave you a commitment that we will drive the organizational culture at our level and that the accounting officer will have our full support to ensure that we fix this not for the sake of the audit outcomes, but because we understand that the strength of this institution is the only enabler that we have for us to fulfill the mandate that the Constitution has entrusted us with. Once we spoke to you, we then spoke to Mr. Robert Ellis Cameron, and he helped us to understand the work that needs to be done. The systems, the controls, every time, maybe I should call him Mr. Controls, every time he speaks to us, he mentioned the issue of controls, the systems. You became a partner to us, and I want to thank you so much for that. That when we were unclear, when we were not walking fast enough, you were there to make sure that we did the work. We are encouraged by the progress that we registered. Encouraged, it's not that it's enough. It's far from enough. But it confirms what we already know by now, after 15 months, that this institution, the officials of this institution, has the potential to do their best in order to deliver services to the people. It would have been discouraging if the work that they've put in had not registered any progress. So for us, we accept and appreciate the progress that is registered, but we are saying the pace is too slow. The question is whether when we go, you know, when you have a ship and you want to turn it too fast, you may actually break it. So maybe the pace for this year in particular, the year that has passed, that maybe it was necessary so that we pull all at the same time. So what we need for us as this executive, in less than 12 months, we need to hand over this institution to a new council. And we've made a commitment that when we hand over this institution to that council, it will not be as broken as it was when we inherited it. And so what is it that we have done so far? And this is to council that the work that, or the feedback that we are getting here, that it has not fallen on deaf ears. We have already met with AGSA. We've received the briefing in addition to the reports that we received, the management report that explain all of this work. We've already convened the first executive tracking audit committee meeting, where the accounting officer was sharing the plans that already started on Monday through the MCAM process. So that work is on track. We've already had our REPCO meeting where we were obviously following on one of the commitments. We are due in the next week or so to have our consequence management committee to look at the Q2 report. So the work is happening, but one of the progress that we've made last year, it was because of the relationship that was quite intentional in how we built it with AGSA. The request to pre-audit us. It was not to say we're buying you so that you are friendlier to us at the end of the year. But we said if there is this opportunity where you can work with us in a substantial and constructive way before the final audit, and you helped us a great deal, hence there's a reduction in those material findings. We've already written to you as the city and say, would you consider to do this again this year? We will invest in that process because we saw the outcomes of it when we did it this year. But it's not the only thing that we are doing. The issue of the contingencies and the PPE, it's been issues that have not been resolved for years, to a point where now it then spills into the financial statements. And there's always this question. I mean, there was one article that said we have a hole, over 4 billion hole because of the contingencies. We need to be able to assure the residents of Tshwane that we know how to account for the assets that we have, accurately so. We need to tell the residents of Tshwane, these are the legal matters that we have. This is how much it would cost should A happens or B not happen. And so it's so important that we've approached CSIR to help us with this work. We, not for the audit, but for this institution, that when you say to us, you have worked all the material findings, it must mean that this institution knows everything that's happening within this institution. So you do have our commitment in making sure that this work happens. And of course, the chairperson of the audit committee, we will speak more at MACO when he brings the next report. These are things that are keeping us up at night, and we shared these things when we met with you. Consequence management keeps us up at night. I don't know how many times we said to the city manager, at some point, city manager, bring us scalps, because we know there are corrupt officials. We know there are officials that are so negligent that there are financial losses that the residents of the city are paying for, but they are comfortable in their offices. We are paying over 30 million rand per annum for officials that are sitting at home. Officials have found a way to manipulate the disciplinary processes so that it's prolonged and the law protects them. I mentioned this to you. Mr. Robert Ellis Cameron would know my pain when it comes to the functionality of the Financial Disciplinary Board. As we were just getting to the end of the process with the accounts at finance, the arrest of the official that was giving fake contracts from property, we rejoiced because we could show officials that this is not, I want to say it in isiXhosa, but you won't understand. But it was important that that message is sent to officials, that this is the institution of the people of Tshwane. This is not their ground to come and accumulate wealth and ignore the needs of the people. So that keeps us up at night. SCM, DM was briefing me about the work and the meeting that he had with the team. There will be people who will cry at SCM. That much I can promise you. Because for so long, the officials of the city use that department so they can manipulate tenders, that the people don't get the projects that the city is paying for. At the same time, they are buying mansions. Now, this is, they think we don't know because we don't catch them in the act. We then went through a process. We said as the executive, we're going to support this probity. It takes too long, but we're going to support it. We got a briefing on one case where these officials would disqualify a person who was at the briefing because it's not the person that they wanted. If you're looking at the outcomes of that probity, you realize that we have employed criminals. And so I don't want you to walk away thinking that officials that are causing harm to the people of Tshwane don't keep us up at night. So we're going to do something about it. I said to the city manager, the first year was also important that the organizational change must not shock the system to a point where we lose everybody. But we have now realized that the majority of officials in this city are good people. They mean well. We meet them every day doing the work that they are employed to do. But there's a minority that are part of the criminal networks, and we're going to smoke them out of the system. That you have our word. The issues of the losses, if we can be able to stop that 5 billion bleed per annum, this city would go a long way. So there's work that is going in that space, especially in the water space. MMC Bushelo started in Region 1. There's a lot of work that we are doing with the Rand Water there because that's where most of the losses are. There is a lot of electricity that we are losing through illegal connections as well. And so there's work that we need to do with ward councillors. Because the reality is that if criminals can give our people electricity, you can't tell me a democratically constituted government cannot give people electricity. So when we take the illegal connections, we need to meter and give meters to the informal settlements because that's where most of these losses are. So I wanted to say these things, colleagues, because I don't want you to say, we come here every year, we present to the council, they're not doing much. That we are saying these things as a commitment that you know that, one, we know exactly what you are talking about when you present here. Secondly, we are not relaxing. We are working actively to ensure that we address these things, not just to satisfy the audit process, but to make sure that this institution is as strong as it ever was. Now, I want to reiterate this because yesterday it slipped up from one mayor that they have not received their audit outcome. City of Tshwane will never fight with AGSA. What we are seeking is a partnership that will realize a relationship that will make this institution work for the people and not cause harm as we are currently doing. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, and I'll say Mr. Zikele, if there is any response that you want to give, I'll give you 3 minutes to do that, and Mr. Cameron, I'll do the same. Then after that, I will allow you to leave the chamber so that we can be able to continue with our agenda. And if there is any response that you want to give, your time is now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Very encouraging sentiments from the Executive Mayor and the Executive Leadership in relation to their stance on dealing with all these things that we have brought before. And I think it's encouraging because even as an office, we are grappling with, or we are bothered by the current climate that the citizens of this country are facing in terms of the lived realities. And we continue to be available, Executive Mayor, and partner with the city in relation to the program of turning the city around to the extent that, you know, our role allows. But I think, Honourable Speaker, really to appreciate those sentiments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good governance starts at the top. Yourself, Executive Mayor, you've expressed the right drive to change the organisation. There has been change. And everybody in this room, every chairman of every committee, every participant in every committee, every MMC, every person in the opposition has a role to play in making that happen. And thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much. While they are still fixing me up there, let's then allow the representative of Auditor General and the Chairperson of APC. Okay, thank you very much. There was a question by Councillor Matebe, Alderwoman Matebe. I don't know whether if you have noted it. Okay, Chairperson, the question is on you. Can you just quickly answer that question? Then after that, we allow you to leave the chamber. I cannot allow you to speak because I'm not in my speaker, so I'm still being fixed. But please, Chairperson, respond to the question. The question that was raised by Alderwoman Matebe.
Yeah, the question was, what can the...
Councillors, thank you.
The question was, what can Group Audit and Risk do to assist in putting in systems? And we have done that successfully in the past, or Group Audit and Risk have. When about 3 years ago, there was a very serious forensic report on the gaps in the move-in, move-out and transfer of property and abuse of the debtors system. And we can do a consulting assignment where we assist in putting in proper processes. But I think that most definitely we will need to call in external consultants as well as part of those consulting assignments to assist with the city, because I think overall there's a very weak understanding, even within internal audit, of what a good system looks like. And we really need that guidance from people who've seen it and seen it in an operating environment where it works well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sicelo, Mr. Mavundla, and Mr. Cameron, and other guests that are in the gallery. Thank you so much for being with us today. And I think the Executive Mayor has represented us very well for acknowledging your work and also for assisting or helping the city. Now, I am allowing you to leave the chamber. Thank you so much.
Speaker, as they leave, Speaker, many the speaker, the podium speaker there, it's written, somebody said it. In Western Spain, it's speaker's podium, and the delegate is gave about delegate. You want a delegate. It's good work, but it's just actually wrong. Spelling is not right.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you so much. One, two. Can we then continue? MMC Ramabudi, your hand is up. Okay, thank you very much. Can we then continue? Honorable Councillors, I will now officially put to you the audited annual report for the City of Tshwane as contained in Part 2, Item 22 of your agenda as tabled by the Executive Mayor. The report is in Part 2, Item 22, page 1215 to page 1933, with recommendations on the page 1230. And I've got speakers on this before we can take it through. I've got Alderman Brink from, okay, I've got Councillor Mazibuko from ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this report presents a consolidated audited report of the City of Tshwane and its municipal entities for 2024 to 2025 financial year. This report is submitted in compliance with the relevant local government financial management legislation, aiming to provide transparency, accountability regarding the city's financial performance and position. The consolidated report encompasses financial statement and audit outcomes of the City of Tshwane and its entities, highlighting performance against budget, compliance with legislation, and progress on key initiatives. It provides insight into the financial health, service delivery outcomes, and the management of resources, addressing areas like revenue collection, expenditure management, capital project, and debt management. The report also notes areas of compliance and highlights opportunities for improvement in the financial management practices. Speaker, this report reflects the city's commitment to sound financial management, accountability, and service delivery, supporting Tshwane's goal for sustainable development and the community well-being. It demonstrates efforts to balance financial sustainability with the delivery of essential services to communities. In conclusion, Speaker, the consolidated audited report for the City of Tshwane and its entities for financial year 2024 to 2025 is presented for your consideration. Therefore, Speaker, the report complies with the local government financial management legislation, providing transparency, accountability regarding the city's financial performance and position. Speaker, we trust that this consolidated audit report meets the council requirements and provide the necessary oversight. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now I'd like to invite Alderman Brink. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Allow me to make this announcement to Council that apparently, finally, the blacklisting application against Comrade Edwin Sodi has been submitted to National Treasury. And we can applaud for that. Yes. I'll have this to say for the Executive Mayor, Speaker. She certainly responds to pressure, and we will continue to pressure her in the interests of good government. But to get to the crux of the audit report, Speaker, it tells a story of deep financial distress and a loss of control. It does not tell a story of progress, despite the lengthy remarks that the Executive Mayor decided to make when there was opportunity for questions. Turning to leadership, this morning the Business Day reports that Deputy Mayor Eugene Modise has briefed them that Tshwane has finally reached a deal with the unions. And it's reported in detail, but we as a council have not seen anything. What I wonder about this audit report is where the money will come from. Because we're sitting with a 4 billion rand cash deficit. Revenue is down from 93% to 85%. Water losses are up 4.7%. That's 300 million. Electricity losses are up 2.3%. That's 200 million. And why is this? Because of bad decisions made in the past year under the leadership or lack of leadership of this ANC-led coalition. They have favored water tanker operators and security companies, one of which belongs to the Deputy Mayor and the Finance MMC. Yes!
Just hold on. Yes, Councillor? Councillor, okay. Can we not do that, please? Councillor, please. Councillor, why can't you are not listening? MMC Ramabudu, what is your point or what are you raising on? Councillor, please. Councillor Masilela. Go ahead, MMC. Councillor Masilela. MMC.
He must withdraw.
Councillor Masilela, can you be in order, please? Can you be in order? Councillor Masilela, can you sit down and allow the meeting to continue, please? Councillor Masilela. Councillor Masilela. Councillor Masilela, can you please sit down? Please. Councillor Masilela, please sit down. Just hold on a minute. Deputy Chief Whip, can you approach? Deputy Chief Whip, can you approach? Deputy Chief Whip, can you approach?
He's spiritual, man. Speak away. He can spiritual for you. He's spiritual. Let's pray for him. Speaker.
Councillors, can we be in order, please? We can't all speak. Can we be in order, please? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi.
Speaker.
Thank you for Linden. Thank you very much. Councillor Masilela, if you have something that you are not happy that Alderman Brink have said, you must stand up and say, Speaker, can Councillor Brink withdraw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Not doing what you are doing. What you are doing is not helping us. Now you are saying he must withdraw. He must withdraw what? Because that you should have raised it from the beginning before you make noise. Thank you very much. Can I then call the MMC Ramabudu? Your hand has been up. What are you standing on, MMC?
No, thank you very much. I'm rising on Rule 38, but I just want to also speak on Rule 35, where it speaks about relevance. Because it states clear that if you raise an order, you must speak on the issue that is before the council. And then Alderman there spoke about something else. On the report before us, there's no SODI.
There is.
on the report before us, all these things that you have raised of business day of deputy mayor, they are not there. And we are giving him that chance to speak things that are irrelevant. And he's wrong. On the third one, which is the last one, on which grounds are we speaking on this report that you said is going for public participation? What will happen when it comes back here? Maybe I can be educated on that, because it must go to public participation for comments and it must come back here. What are we going to do when it comes back here? The problem may be on the programming and all that, but it's your role as a speaker in your office to try to see all those things and correct them so that we proceed in a properly manner and order of council. So I want you to help us on that so that we know how to move forward. Thank you very much.
Point of information.
Thank you very much. Can I rule on the order that you have raised? I will request 5 minutes with whips. Before Councillor Alderman Brink continue, can I have 5 minutes with Chief Whip and whips? Now, 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The 5 minutes is up. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Please ring the bell. It seems other councillors, they went out. Please ring the bell. Please, councillors, take your seat. Thank you very much, councillors. Can we then continue? Please take your seats. Councillors, may I have your attention? Councillors of the Action SA, please take your seats. Councillors of the EFF, please take your seats. Probably I love you. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Thank you. To respond to the question that was asked, councillors, we are speaking on this report based on section 1272 as the report that has been submitted by the executive. And then section 129 of the FMMA will allow us to debate it when it comes back from the public participation. Now we are on section 1272, is the one that is guiding us now to allow the speakers to speak on this item as an executive item. Thank you so much. But what I request then, let us stick on the report. Let us not add any other issues that will make us not to continue. So, Councillor Brink, Alderman Brink, please. Okay. Alderman Manduleng. Press it once and leave it, sir.
No, thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I'm being attacked by fighters and the Action SA caucus leader. Speaker, let's not do things the wrong way. We respect the decisions of WIPARI and programming. But when things are wrong, we look here. And when we're looking at the chief whip and the deputy chief whip, the ANC speaker had already spoken. And you can't stop the DA leaders speaking there. But it's incorrect to do that. Because you are tabling this report. The section that you are forgetting is section 1275. That the accounting officer must then advertise this thing. It must go to public participation, allow the public to comment on it, and even participate. I think you remember that thing that we had with Lex. Then it must come back and we debate it. But if you do wrong things, Speaker, it can be us trying to correct you while you are in motion and debating. But we should not do it in that manner, that we then table and debate and come back and debate again. What is it that we're going to debate the second time around? Because we must consume this thing, allow the public to give its comments, it comes back and we then have a debate. But because there's already a second speaker, we can't stop everybody. And I think, if we can stop Brink, it's going to be like we're targeting him. Already we're fighting him, it's okay, it's sufficient. But let's not fight him and kill him. Then, Speaker, in future, let's do it the right way. And I spoke to the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip. They understand that process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is noted. We are going to speak on this as we've got the list of speakers. And Alderman Brink, you are in the podium. Councillor Makale, what are you standing on?
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to stand on a point of order. While Councillor Masilela was disrupting Alderman Brink, calling him Kuti Upeminkango. So he must withdraw those words. If he doesn't withdraw, we refer him to rules and ethics.
Point of order. Who's asking the point of order? There are a lot of you pressing here. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Tsim. Press once, Councillor Tsim. Wait. Press and leave it, say. Yeah, this thing is playing games today.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
No, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, earlier on, I raised my hand trying to call order on Councillor Fosi. Speaker.
Okay.
No, thank you.
I've got Councillor Tsile on the podium. Speak. Go ahead, say.
No, thank you, Speaker. Earlier on, I raised my hand trying to call order on Councillor Fosi. Councillor Fosi says Councillor Joel Masilela is a Somalian. Can you please withdraw? Please.
Thank you very much. Councillor Masilela and Councillor Fosi, please withdraw your statement. Please withdraw those statements so that you can be able to continue. Just to allow to continue, please. Somalian and Ubeminsangu, you are smoking weed. And we mustn't forget that we are chowing the speaking time of Alderman Brink. Yeah, you must be aware. We must be aware of that. So, Councillor Masilela, are you withdrawing Ubeminsangu? Outin? Ayifuneki Nsangu. Okay, just withdraw it, Councillor, so that we are moving forward. Councillor Fosi? Councillor Masilela, akayo Somalian. Can you withdraw? Just for councillors, for progress sake, just withdraw these statements because we are not going to move. Okay, thank you, Councillor Masilela is speaking. Please, I'm only giving you 1 minute. I withdraw my love. Thank you so much, Councillor. Thank you so much, Councillor Fosi.
I withdraw.
Thank you so much. Alderman Brink. On records, Councillor Fosi, record what you said, what you are withdrawing.
Enkosi Mhlekazi, I withdraw calling Honorable Councillor Masilela a Somalian.
Thank you very much. Then, Alderman Brink. Yeah, there is time in front of you. Let's continue then. Yes, Councillor Mphat.
Speaker, can I continue?
Just hold on, Alderman.
Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, calling somebody Somalian, it's not a joke. I'm thinking you guys are making this a joke.
Oh, Councillor, don't take us back.
No,
It's already been
allow me to speak. Allow me to speak. Speaker, this does only need a withdrawal. It also needs an apology. Councillor Fosi must apologize for this behavior. Thank you. He must apologize, Speaker, or else we are referring him to rules and ethics if he doesn't
Thank you very
apologize.
much. Councillor Fosi has withdrawn, calling Councillor Masilela a Somalia. Councillor Masilela has withdrawn, calling or saying Alderman Brink Ubema Izoli. So we are done with that. Then we are moving forward. Alderman Brink.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be sure to use lunchtime to understand all of the insults, but for now, 5 billion rand increase evidence from this report in unauthorized, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And what makes it worse is that the investigations are done, but Impact doesn't deal with the findings, doesn't implement the findings, or the quality of the investigations are so bad that they have to be sent back. And this is a serious impediment to consequence management, to making sure that the likes of Sodi, whose Blackhead Consulting is mentioned in here, by the way, does not continue to enrich himself at the expense of the public. Speaker, there are three things which we want to draw particular concern about, starting with Blackhead. The money paid to them should be recovered, as rightly said in this report. Serious concern, Speaker, over invoices for water tankers being paid without any evidence that those water tankers are serving communities. There are serious vested interests which need to be addressed here, and we'll make detailed submissions to the Auditor General because this is material. You cannot have a 455% increase in water tankering spending without something being seriously wrong, especially if that payment is not backed by invoices. Then lastly, Speaker, the Executive Mayor will have to address the fact that her Deputy Mayor and Finance MMC is doing business with government. That is a failure of leadership. There must be a decision made to cut that off, to make an example of it.
Thank you very much. Let me call Councillor Matabate from the Matlabane from EFF, please. Councillor Matlabane, your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Before us stand the Consolidated Audited Annual Report of the City of Tshwane for 2024-2025 financial year, a document of numbers and narratives, of progress claimed and shortcomings revealed. We acknowledge that the process followed the law. The report was submitted to the Auditor General, oversight structures were engaged, and combined assurance mechanisms were applied as required by MFMA and Municipal Systems Act. The procedures matters because accountability is the oxygen of democracy. But Speaker, process alone cannot feed households, lights, streets, or fix leaking pipes. The city achieved only 56% of its service delivery targets. Nearly half of what was promised to the communities was not fully delivered. Expenditure rose faster than revenue, cost pressures mounted. And while audit outcomes have improved from 6 qualification areas down to 2, the city remains burdened with qualified audit opinion. That is not a trophy, it is a warning bell. Yes, there are signs of recovery. Liquidity has strengthened, Deputy Mayor. Reserves have grown from 835 million to 2.3 billion. ESCOM debts have reduced by 1.1 billion. Investor pledges of 86 billion signal revenue confidence. Roads have been resurfaced, households electrified, water systems upgraded, and communities mobilized in a clean-up campaigns in Dadera Maboto. A city with 67 billion in assets must still answer why potholes persist, why cash flow remains tight, why operating margins are shrinking, and why irregularities under GREB, generally recognized acceptable accounting practices, remains tight. Standards continue to haunt the balance sheet. Growth in electricity revenue cannot mask weaknesses in financial discipline. A stable surplus, little as it is, does not translate into must translate into faster, fairer service delivery to townships and informal settlement. The EFF therefore notes the improvements, but do not celebrate mediocrity. We demand consequence management where money was wasted, recovery where losses were incurred, and agency.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then call Councillor Mutlo from Action SA? Your 3 minutes starts now. Matlo, sorry. Councillor Matlo.
Okay, it's okay. Thanks, Speaker. The mic didn't want to work here. But Action SA Caucus is taking note of this consolidated audited annual report for the 2024-25 financial year. We also take note of the qualified audit opinion by the AG. And we stand for the approval of the report by Council.
Regarding the assessment of the performance of the 71 SBDIP indicators approved for the financial year in question, 40 targets were not achieved, and this translated into 56.3 target achievement. But despite this low performance, some of the targets that were not achieved reached a level of performance above 80%. That is very important. This is because the incumbent administration is implementing suitable interventions to mitigate non-performance, Speaker. Like the previous financial year, the current audit opinion is based on, among others, the annual financial statements, non-compliance with required legislation. It is very unfortunate, Speaker, that the opposition is already playing petty politics using this report. Speaker, despite the qualified findings by the AG, Council should take note of the following positive achievements relating to the audited report. These are the reduction of qualified areas from 6 to 2 in the previous financial year. There's also reduced material irregularities. The city also increased its asset from 67.0 to 65.1 billion from 67 billion from 65 billion in the previous financial year. And the city, during the year in review, they grew their revenue from by 9.9% to 51.3 billion compared to the previous year when there was 46.7 billion. These are very positive developments because of the work that is being done, the decent work that is being done by the Executive Mayor and the Mayoral Committee, and we applaud them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sargent from FF+.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This audited annual report points to a municipality that is steadily losing control over how it spends public money. Yes, the city is collecting more revenue from higher service charges and property rates. Residents are paying more. But alongside this, we see expenditure rising faster than revenue. As a matter of principle, we should only be planning to spend money what we can actually realistically collect. Instead, over-optimistic budgeting followed by under-collection has become a pattern across consecutive administrations, regardless of which party is in charge. That approach leads to constant downward adjustments, financial strain, and instability. Council, and more importantly, the administration, must start listening to the experts and the warnings that appear year after year in these reports. Internal controls remain weak. We read this repeatedly, especially in relation to the bid evaluations and procurement processes. There is always non-compliance, and almost always the explanation is poor planning. At some point, that stops being an excuse, Mr. Speaker. Then there's consequence management. When we raise questions about areas of non-compliance on financial reports, we are often told it's difficult, or that they were pressed for time, or that there were circumstances. That is simply not good enough when dealing with taxpayers' money. Residents entrust us with their hard-earned income in exchange for services. Officials who delay or avoid disciplinary action against colleagues must themselves be held accountable. Council must demand clear answers on why disciplinary processes are consistently slow. The Freedom Front Plus insists that every cent of public money must be spent properly, and those who misuse it must face consequences. There is also a growing public perception that the patronage network and wasteful spending benefit a few, while residents sit with failing basic services. Whether proven in court or not, this perception is damaging and it erodes the trust in the institution. That is why accountability and transparency are not optional. The Audit and Performance Committee reports that 24 financial misconduct cases have been finalized and a backlog of 139 cases is being prioritized. That shows the scale of the problem, but Council itself has very limited oversight over procurement decisions, and after all that money is already spent, there is serious weakness. We are forced to rely on the city manager and senior officials to design and implement effective controls. Public money is, and in many ways, is in their hands. And that is why strengthening internal controls and enforcing consequent management cannot be delayed any longer. The Refrain From Plus will continue to scrutinize every report placed before this Council. We will push for stronger oversight and real accountability and better value for the money that...
Thank you very much. Then let's have our last speaker on this, which is Councillor Lex Mikkelbeck. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's give credit when it's due. It cannot be denied that the city's financial situation has shown a slight improvement. And for that, I congratulate the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and their team. Actual cash flow has improved slightly. We have bigger reserves. Our current creditors has reduced. Property, plant and equipment is up, and current assets has increased. So that's good, I hear you say. Mr. Speaker.
Councillor Ace, what are you raising on?
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to use this opportunity to ask for information from Councillor Middelburg as to why he refused to submit his declaration of interest, and then also to refer him to rules and ethics. That is evident out of this report.
Councillor Ace, you are out of order.
No, it's in the report.
Councillor Ace, you are out of order.
I'm referring him to rules and
you are
ethics.
out of order, Councillor Ace. You are out of order.
No, I'm not. I'm referring him to
you
rules
are
and
out
ethics.
of order. Allow Councillor Lex to do the speech. You are out of order.
Please rule on my point of
You
order.
are out of order. Councillor Lex, please continue. You are out of order, Councillor Ace, and you know that. Councillor Lex, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I reclaim my time. Not so quick, I would say. The improvement of short-term credit is...
Just hold on, Councillor Lex. Alderwoman Seloa, what are you standing for?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can we please refer your inability to rule on the order raised by the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance to Rules and Ethics, because it's a matter you should be ruling on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lex, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I reclaim my time.
Just hold on, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Speaker. Let's not dignify things that are incorrect. Therefore, Councillor Ace wants to ask a question. And she says, I want to, and she continues with asking the question before she can sort the permission to do so. Then her neighbor, who's now recently re-energized, I don't know for what reason, she jumps like a pork pond to do an incorrect thing again. And I'm happy that you didn't even entertain her, because we are subjected to mediocrity here. Then the cat is meowing.
Just hold on, Leader of
Speaker,
the Executive.
let's not allow that. Let's not allow to be abused.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Mikkelberg, can you please continue?
Mr. Speaker, I see you haven't stopped the clock during all these interruptions. I request that you extend my time at the end. The improvement of short-term creditors is entirely based on one single transaction. The settlement agreement with Eskom at Sugar Daddy terms that writes off our interest on the debt and schedules payments over several years in the future, turning the balance not payable in the next year into long-term debt reflected in our annual financial statements as the present value of future cash flows. That is not at all bad for the city. But one transaction with such huge effect is not the same as a turnaround. It is at best a lucky break, and there will not be more lucky breaks in the next year. Our cash flow is better, but our delinquency is as bad as it always had been, meaning that the improved revenue has been received from a minority of ratepayers on whom a higher than 10% rates and tariff increase was imposed. That is not sustainable. The surplus comes at the expense of underspending on services and capital expenditure over the year. Effectively, residents are funding the surplus by foregoing services promised to them in the budget, but that has never been rendered to them. That also is not sustainable. Not rendering services in order to build cash reserves is a counterproductive strategy. This practice has seen our water losses, for instance, skyrocket to within touching distance of 40%, with no spending to improve that figure. Think this through. Of every 10...
Just add 30 seconds, please. Add 30 seconds. Thank you. Are you raising your hand, MMC? Okay, 30 seconds. Go ahead, Lex.
Of every 10 litres of water the city receives, 4 drains away for various reasons, never reaching our residents. We can, in fact, sustain 2 metros with the water we receive from Rand Water. And then there is our wishful provisions account. We never seem to learn the lesson to provide for contingencies. As the AG reported, we have more than 4 billion due to pay for risks having turned into liabilities, even with the...
Thank you very much, Lex. Let me indicate this. We are not going to take recommendations on passing the report. We are taking recommendations on to agree to take this report to the public participation. Then when it comes back, that is when we will pass it. The recommendations that we are going to take now are for this report to go for a public participation. As recommended? Thank you very much. Honorable Councillors, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the Executive Mayor and the team on the improvement that we have had from the AG. Indeed, when we met with the AG last year, we made a promise, as he has briefed the Executive Mayor is going to come and brief me and the chairpersons. But we have made a commitment that we might not reach what we want, but we will improve from where we are. And again, thank you very much, Executive, and for your hard work. Thank you so much. To comply with the provision of Section 1275 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, this report will be made available to members of the public who are invited to submit written comments to the municipality through the Office of the City Manager in line with the recommendations. Councillors, before we may continue, I will propose that we go for lunch. Just hold on, just to check what... I left my watch in the office, my apologies. Yes, okay, Councillor Erasmus, MMC Ramabudu. Start with you, Councillor Erasmus.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, please note that Councillor Argrebe became sick. He left the chambers to seek medical assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, the Councillor, for letting us know. He must recover. The Councillor must recover, please. And MMC Ramabudu.
No, speedy recovery to the council. So I want to check, Speaker, maybe it will be time for whips to engage on. We haven't touched even one report, and it's already 2 o'clock. We're going to start 3 o'clock. So we need to think about it. For how long are we going to do those reports? Are we going to be able to do all of them? So we maybe let them engage, because I'm not sure if we're going to do all of them. Unless, I don't know.
Noted.
Unless we are going to leave here at 1 o'clock. With the pace that we have been...
Noted,
Yes.
noted, MMC. Let's go for lunch and come back at 3 o'clock. Let's ring the bells, please. Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Ring the bells once more. Can we then take our seats so that we see if we form a quorum so that we start our meeting? Please check the quorum if we form. Can we all take seats, please? Thank you very much. We are proceeding with our meeting, and we are 152 here, so that means it allows us to continue. So we are continuing with our meeting. And thank you very much. Can we all take our seats, please? I believe that we are councillors, then we're supposed to respect the presiding officer. Take your seats. I will then allow yes. Eh? Yes, that's right. Thank you very much. I'll then now call, as per request, if we remember. May I have order, please? May I have order? Thank you very much. Please take your seats, councillors. The councillors who are on the stairs, take your seats. One of the rules in our rule book say when the speaker is speaking, you respect that. Earlier on, we have allowed the executive mayor to table the reports, but she did request that when we start the reports, she would like to have inputs on the report that she tabled. Because of the time earlier on, we wanted to get in straight to item 22. Now it is that time that I'm giving the executive mayor to she's not going to table the report for the second time, the reports for the second time, but she's going to have inputs on the report that she has tabled. Executive Mayor.
Thank you so much, Speaker, for this opportunity and for your indulgence, Speaker, to my request. But I felt it was important, Speaker, that we do mention a few things that are concerned to the residents for Council's attention. So that's why I asked for the time. So I'm grateful that you have given the opportunity that we do so. Speaker, in the business of the morning, we didn't even get to wish each other a very successful 2026. So I would like to wish my colleagues in the council a very beautiful 2026. It's going to be a very interesting year, Speaker, but I think I want to reiterate the commitment of the MACO that in our meeting, Speaker, we do have the desire that when we hand over this institution to the next council, that we hand over an institution that is healthy and that is serving the people of Tshwane. Speaker, I just want to get first to the point about one of the challenges that the residents of Tshwane are currently facing, the issue of the outages, Speaker. The past 2 months has been very difficult for the residents of Tshwane across the various regions. In particular, the residents of Oliven, your Thatchfield, your East Lane, because of the fire that broke at those substations, just to exacerbate the challenge that we are already having. Speaker, it's not a secret that our infrastructure is ailing. It's old and we have not maintained it. And the rains truly did us a number, Speaker, and there's no amount of apologies we can give to our residents for this, but just the assurance that we are working on it, Speaker. Speaker, we have been doing the work. You will recall that when we had those incidents of fires at substation last year, we appointed an insurance company that worked with the Emergency Services Department. And that company, the responsibility that they were given was to assess all our substations. All of them, Speaker, have now been assessed just to check the levels of vulnerability of each substation, because what we were curious about, Speaker, what were the causes of the fire? We've got that report back, Speaker. While there are elements of...
Just a second, Executive Mayor. Councillors at the back there, please. We've got a speaker on the floor. Can we respect that? Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. So as I was saying, Speaker, we now have the report that has been submitted by the company. And one of the things I just want to highlight is that while we've had elements of sabotage in some of the fires that have occurred in the city, the report highlights the aging infrastructure, the lack of maintenance in our infrastructure, the absence of security for years. So those are the vulnerabilities, Speaker, that when we come to council, we will be, for the adjustment budget, Speaker, we will be asking for a chunk of the budget to be redirected to the electricity infrastructure. So that is the appeal that we're going to make. But before that, Speaker, or early next week, we will be presenting the plan that we have, which is short to medium plan, to the residents on how we are planning to stabilize the electricity in their communities and preparing for winter. Speaker, I thought it was important to say, you know, when we get criticized by our own colleagues in this council, I just wanted to highlight one thing, Speaker. So we went back in our assessment to look at the budget that was given to the electricity department, particularly for repairs and maintenance. Between 2022 and 2024, Speaker, the department requested 228 million rands. They only got 22 million rands, Speaker. So when our colleagues criticize us in the media, I do hope that they get to be honest about their contribution to the state of our substations. But we are not there, Speaker. What we will do is to share the plan with the residents, and we'll work very hard to ensure that the residents don't suffer the way that they've suffered the past 2 weeks. The past 2 months. Speaker, there is something that I just, in the same vein, that I need to put on record here, because sometimes people hear certain things in the media and they are not, they hear things in the media being said by members of council, and I think this is the correct platform to correct certain things. We have not cut budget from any service delivery department. In fact, what you will see, Speaker, is increase in the budget for water and electricity. That's what is going to happen. There is no figure of 777 million that we are looking to fund water tankers. The budget for water tankers has significantly reduced. Since we reduced it last year from the figure that it was the year before us. But we will reduce that figure significantly, and we'll share the work that we have been doing in order to build the controls in the space of water tankers and how we have built our own internal capacity to deal with that expenditure item. Speaker, the negotiation with Labour is ongoing. We were here in this council where we made the commitment that we will not appeal anything. We will talk to Labour, and we will finally complete or put a conclusion to the 2021-2022 salary backlog saga. Because for us, we saw that as injustice. We have not changed our stance, Speaker. Instead, we sat with Labour, we gave them options, and we are almost at the tail end of that negotiation with Labour. But, Speaker, we can serve residents and fund the services that go to residents and put finality to this. So it's not either or, unless other people don't know how to balance their priorities. We do. So there will not be sacrifice between serving the residents and honoring this commitment that we made to Labour. So it's quite important, Speaker, that these things are said here so that residents can hold us accountable, because we've said it ourselves and we don't have someone acting like our spokesperson. Speaker, I want to share some of the progress that we have made. The last time that we were here, Speaker, I think we communicated on the ESCOM debt. We were still at 5.6 billion rand. That was sometime last year. I'm happy to confirm, Speaker, that debt, after paying over 2 billion rand, that debt is now standing at 4.7 billion rand. Speaker, for the first time, as I've been in the city long enough, and I can say it with confidence that for the first time, this city has spent 45% of its capital budget by end of December 2025. This was intentional, Speaker. We made a commitment that, one, we don't want to lose grants because we did not spend capital budget. Secondly, we seek to add or to attract additional allocations on the grants because we would have surpassed the 40% mark. The first commitment is confirmed, Speaker. We are not going to lose our USDG and the ISOP grants, because we have spent above the threshold. So that is the good things, Speaker. Now, Speaker, I know that to some people these things sounds like a mythical figures. No, these things are possible, Speaker, if you know what you are doing. Speaker, the excitement that we've lost our equitable share can be killed. We did not lose our equitable share. In fact, after we received that letter, we engaged and corrected some of the things that were on the letter that came from National Treasury. The equitable share was paid to the council before we even went to holidays. So I just want to correct that there's no equitable share that has not been paid. We've got all the grants that we're supposed to have received. Speaker, the report that we are tabling here, the Q2 performance report, you will see, Speaker, a deliberate effort to make sure that we deliver on the targets that have been set. And we have achieved 70% for Q2 on the targets that are set for Q2. We are still at 64% in terms of the midterm or the mid-year performance target. But we're on track, Speaker, that the 58% that AG was talking about, that they must find at least in the lower 70s in this year, and then we build from there. Speaker, we continue to build our financial health as the city. This is the utmost important priority that we have, that we must build the cash reserves, and you would have heard some of the colleagues talk to this earlier. I'm happy, Speaker, to confirm that by December 2025, we have raised over 22 billion rands of revenue to the city. This amount, Speaker, is 1.4 billion rand more than what we collected by December 2024, where we only had 3 months to collect. I'm happy, Speaker, to tell you our budget is fully funded, Speaker. What people wish it is and what it is are two different things. This budget is fully funded. And when we come to the adjustment budget, it will still be funded. When we bring the draft in March, it will still be funded. And when we bring the final one, it will still be funded. You know, Speaker, when you are an overachiever like us, these are nothing. This is nothing, Speaker. This is normal, Speaker. Speaker, we have now concluded the implementation of the city cleansing levy. We have a decision that we are to make as the executive, Speaker. The Supreme Court of Appeal has granted us leave of appeal. And it's because, Speaker, the question that we've been asking this court has not been answered as yet. Are we entitled to that levy or not? That has not been answered. So we do have a leave of appeal. We will communicate what is the direction that we will take. But I want those who are saying, no defeat. No, there's no defeat here. Justice takes time. Ask us South Africans, especially black South Africans. We know how long justice takes. Speaker, as I'm about to conclude, there is a priority that we've been pursuing, Speaker. And I'm proud because as this executive, we said just because we have salaries, it doesn't mean we must be comfortable while we know that other people don't have salaries, they don't have jobs. We then went ahead to pursue an economic growth target, which is 3.9% average per annum. And we said we want to attract a minimum of 17 billion rand of investment to the city. Q1, Speaker, we're able to achieve 24% of our 5-year target by attracting 3.8 billion rand on 5 projects. Those projects are here in the city. They are starting, so we are not talking about mythical figures here. Speaker, TIDA this morning communicates that we have projects that are in the pipeline for Q2 alone to the tune of 12 billion rands. Speaker, we are going to turn this city into a capital city of opportunities. It's going to be a city where our people get their dignity. They've been forgotten. Speaker, a capital city that have 33% of unemployed people and people living below poverty lines being over 30% because the leadership didn't even know what they were doing. So that is about to change, Speaker. Speaker, as we continue with this journey, we have not forgotten about the people of Hammanskraal and Water. We have not forgotten about the people of Bronkhorstspruit who are still having issues with water. What we will be doing, Speaker, is to go to those communities to communicate the progress that we have made. But as we are saying this, Speaker, the services will continue to go to the people. As you see that our officials want to work, so we encourage them to do more with the less that we have, and we will look for monies. While others are tiptoeing around the debtors book, we go and collect from people who owe us. People tell people.
Just a second, Executive Mayor. Thank you. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Speaker, and I can raise my voice, it's fine. Speaker, there is no way that we can run a capital city of this size by being polite. When there are people who do not want to observe the protocols of IGR, we have begged, we have appealed, and now we are saying if we switch off residents, we will switch off every data that we have on our books. We will raise the funds. Those funds will go straight to service delivery, and the people of this city will receive the services that they deserve. These, you hear these weird advices via the media. Why don't they call the DG? The same people who had the IGR collapse in this city are the people that are saying we must use the IGR protocols. Speaker, so with those words, Speaker, now I'm saying on behalf of this progressive mayoral committee, we're at work, Speaker. You will see more and more of us, but we are saying when we hand over this institution to the next council, it's going to be stronger. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I must say, based on what you just say, Executive Mayor, ngesiXhosa makube Xhosa kubele kubantu baseTshwane. Uma ngithi makube Xhosa kubele, I'm saying let it be joy and joyful to the residents of Tshwane, based on the information that you are giving us. Thank you so much. Let's then move on. Part 1 from the Mayoral Committee meeting 14th January 2026, reference number 2449/1 MP3/5/2/1, Tshwane Metro Police Department, implementation of standardized shift and shift allowance for assets protection officers performing operation duties. And this report, it's on page 8 to page 75. Recommendations are on page 17. And I've got Councillor Masupa, ANC, your 3 minutes starts now. Councillor, please press your mic. Is the councillor around? Please press, okay. Your 3 minutes start.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm just sorting out a little thing here.
I didn't get that.
I'm saying I'm just sorting out a little thing here, and I'll be starting talking now. Okay. Yes, I'm just about to say something.
Can I call another speaker, then come back to you?
Speaker, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead then.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The crucial role is played by the City Asset Performance Service officers in safeguarding the municipal assets. And it is only imperative, Speaker, that we recognize the invaluable contribution through fair and standardized shift allowance for a competent and efficient remunerable administration. Speaker, incorporating correct working schedule on SEP will be mitigating the tedious and errors faced by the group human capital, leading to a set maintained work productivity and overall organizational well-being and success between the Asset Protection Service officers and the city. Moreover, Speaker, this report not only reflects on our commitment to fair and equitable compensation, but it also highlights transparency and compliance with our Labour Relations Act. The formal approval for formalization of a standardized shift and shift allowance for assets protection service officers sets the balance, operational efficiency, stability, easing staff, coverage, and improving retention within the department. As I conclude, Speaker, the ANC supports the implementation of the Unifix allowance for the Asset Protection Service officers, and that all costs will be incorporated into a personal cost planning. I thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. May I then call Alderman A. Makafula from DA. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, with all good intention presented in this report, which include the formalization of standardized shift and shift allowances for asset protection officers, as the Democratic Alliance, we are not convinced to support this report in its current form, as it failed to demonstrate that there will be enough money to fund these allowances beyond this financial year. Speaker, it is stated in this report that the proposed standardization of the shift system will have financial implications of 39 million rands per annum. As the cost saving realized during the first half of the 2025-26 financial year, which was actually meant for implementing the grading system for Metro Police officers, will be utilized to rectify the current allowance discrepancy. This means that, Speaker, the city might not be able to pay for these allowances after the current financial year. Furthermore, the total amount of the set cost saving realized is not disclosed in this report, and it makes it difficult to establish whether the city will be able to afford this particular proposal. Besides that, Speaker, after the compilation of this report last year, the city committed to pay back 1.8 billion rand to employees, which has never materialized due to financial constraints. Honorable Speaker, the city is in deep financial distress, and this means that any proposal that has financial implications must be thoroughly analyzed and tested against affordability and sustainability before any decision can be taken. And this exercise, Speaker, can only be possible when there is comprehensive information regarding the funding of this particular proposal, which is currently lacking in this particular report. Therefore, Speaker, we request that this report be withdrawn to be reworked in order to include information indicating that there are actual savings to finance this proposal. If not, Speaker, as the Democratic Alliance, we will not support this report because we cannot support any decision that is likely to put the city further into financial difficulties. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next speaker is Councillor T. Mashabela from the EFF. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. This report comes before this council under the language of...
Sorry, MMC. Chief Whip, can you please approach? Go ahead, ma'am.
This report comes before this council under the language of asset protection. But let us be clear and honest with the residents of Tshwane. You may call it asset protection, but we, the founding political party that puts workers first, call it insourcing. Because what is being addressed here today is it's not the protection of buildings or system, but the protection of workers, their dignity, their labor rights, and their livelihoods. For years, asset protection officers have been treated as operational workers under the Democratic Alliance. In practice, but clerical staff on paper. They worked night shifts, weekends, on public holidays, yet the city system failed to record them as working office hours. This deliberate mismatch denied workers their rightful leave, shift allowance, and overtime. The EFF did not arrive late to this struggle. In 2016, the EFF has led the fight against outsourcing in the city of Tshwane. When others defended exploitation like they just did now, we stood with the workers and said, no worker must be temporary in the city of Tshwane. We demand insourcing and we demand it now. That was the resolution of the EFF when we borrowed the then Mayor Solim Simang this administration, but he failed and he collapsed this city. We have tabled this motion for insourcing, mobilized workers, and forced this council to move away from outsourcing and towards the dignity and stability and fair employment. I am worried when a black man, Alderman Madimeja, who sits with our people in squatter camps, comes here and says that he's rejecting this council to give dignity to his own brothers of color. There's no security here in the city of Tshwane. Who's white? Who are you basically rejecting? Because those people you are rejecting today, they are the same color as you. You sleep with them in squatter camps. Just because you are sitting in that corner does not mean that you're an elite. You still belong with us. You still belong amongst our people. The report before us today is therefore not an act of generosity by the city. It is a delayed correction of injustice.
Just a second. Point of information.
They forgot, Speaker. Can I continue?
Thank you very much, Speaker. while the member of the EFF is busy proclaiming how they are for the people, I would like to remind her that there is currently a tender out by her administration for watchman services. So how much do they really care about the people they claim to do?
Thank you, thank you very much. You can give a point of information on the item that we are discussing. Thank you so much. Go ahead, MMC.
Speaker, insourcing is not a technical or theoretical exercise. It is a political choice. The DA administration chose delay, deflected, and at the expense of workers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mashabela. Then let's move to Councillor P. Ramji from the Action SA. Ramji.
Thank you. Action SA approaches this issue from a clear and...
Okay, Councillor, thank you. There is a point of order. Just hold on for me. Councillor Ramabudu.
Already.
Press once. Thank you.
Sorry, Ramji, to interrupt you. Speaker, I think we must take a different approach, but we'll speak to our colleagues at programming. This thing, we're an executive here. We are not equal to this brink or what. We are not going to be cut there. You are speaking, you are busy speaking, you just get cut like that. A whole mayoral committee. If people don't know power, I'm not going to allow those things.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We need to review this arrangement. What is that? The next thing the mayor is going to be cut there. Speaking issues of communities. No problem. But here we need to talk. We want a different approach. A whole MMC of Health is busy explaining. Even after she was interrupted, you didn't defend her. Then she just get cut. There must be a difference between me and Brink. We're different. We're not the same. It can't be. Never.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ramji, please continue. Councillor Ramji. Go ahead, Councillor Ramji.
Thank you. Action SA approaches this issue from a clear and non-negotiable principle. Workers must never be punished for the failures of the system that employs them. What we are dealing with here is not a minor payroll inconvenience. It was a governance failure. When systems are designed and configured in a way that ignores how people work, the outcome is always the same. Workers lose income, trust in the institution, and the rule of law is quietly undermined. Asset Protection Services officers operate on the front line of municipal service delivery. They work irregular hours, nights, weekends, and public holidays to protect the city's assets and to ensure continuity of operations. Any system that treats them as if they are office-bound staff is detached from operational reality and fundamentally hostile to fairness. The benefits of a happier staff will be better protection for the city's infrastructure. Our party rejects a culture where technology is allowed to override labor rights, collective agreements, and legislation. When lawful entitlements are denied, when allowances are not paid, when night shift work is effectively ignored, the city is not a neutral bystander, it is complicit. This matter also exposes a deeper lesson, though. To govern proactively, lawfully, and responsibly, instead of responding only after workers are harmed or forced to protest. We believe in a city that plans properly, configures its systems correctly, and takes responsibility when administrative failures prejudice employees. Correcting this issue is not optional. It is both a legal duty and a moral obligation. Our stance is simple and firm. Correct the system, honor the law, compensate affected workers, and report honestly to council. Anything less sends a dangerous message that the sacrifice of workers is invisible. Our party rejects that message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is M. Erasmus from FF+. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and all protocol attending. The Freedom Front Plus in the City of Tshwane has carefully considered the report regarding the implementation and standardized shifts of the Unifix allowance for asset protection officers. While the VF Plus fully supports fair labour practices and recognizes the valuable role played by asset protection officers, we cannot support the adoption of this report in its current form. There is no confirmed funding, which means serious MFMA concerns. It states clear in the MFMA, no expenditure may incur unless it's funded through an approved and credible budget. Although the report claims that a cost of approximately 39 million per annum will be funded through realized savings, no verified or quantified confirmation of these savings is provided. The Chief Financial Officer explicitly highlights the city's constrained cash position and notes that the report is silent on whenever the alleged savings are sufficient. Approving expenditure without confirmed funding places the city at risk of unauthorized expenditure, adverse Auditor General findings, and Treasury interventions. The VF Plus will not support decisions that undermine physical discipline or expose the city to legal and financial consequences. There is huge financial pressure on a cash-strapped city. The city of Tshwane is already under severe financial strain, with ongoing challenges related to cash flow, service delivery backlogs, and cost containment measures. Introducing a recurring expenditure commitment of approximately 39 million per year without guaranteed funding is irresponsible and places additional pressure on essential services, infrastructure maintenance, and long-term financial sustainability. Indien uitgawes aangegaan word sonder behoorlike MFB nakoming, is die gevolge ernstig. Die MFB bepaal dat politieke amptdraers en amptenare persoonlik aangespreek gehou kan word indien hulle bewuslik onbefondse of ongemagtigde uitgawes goedgekeur word of toegelaat word. Die VF Plus sal geen verslag ondersteun wat finansiële risiko na die raad verskuif, amptenare aan persoonlike aanspreeklikheid blootstel of bestuursonstabiliteit veroorsaak deur vermybare regsnakoming te ignoreer. Die VF Plus herhaal dat ons wel die volgende ondersteun van billike en regmatige arbeidspraktyke, behoorlike implementering van kollektiewe ooreenkomste en korrekte beleiding van skofte en betaalstelsels. The VF Plus therefore cannot support this report in its current form and calls for a revised report with confirmed funding resources, written certification by the CFO confirming affordability, and MFMA compliant budget adjustments before implementation. Only once these conditions are met, Council can responsibly consider implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call Councillor Williams Moses. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm waiving.
Thank you so much. May I then call Councillor Lex Mikkelberg? Your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we suffered the ignominy of a mayoral proposal to pay VIP protection staff a permanent overtime allowance, whether they worked overtime or not. That proposal was justified on the basis that it would be a cost saving to the city, and somehow this passed the Safety and Security Oversight Committee with approval before it was supported in this council by a unanimous vote. It did not turn out well. This proposal seems to be a repeat of that sorry story. So forgive me for being wary. Here are the problems I see. The report starts by claiming it will have no financial effect. But deeper in the report, it is acknowledged that there will be a 36 million rand effect, which will be offset somehow by savings elsewhere. We believe in miracles, but we are not going to find savings in the TMPD. The CFO's comments is not that there will not be a financial effect. If we read carefully, he says it shouldn't have a financial effect. There is a world of difference in certainty between will not and should not. I am not convinced by his tepid comments. I would have expected from the CFO a proper financial analysis included in this report, which is totally absent. That is not an acceptable standard of reporting. If this was a mere rearrangement of shifts and a question of adherence to agreements as suggested here, it would fall within the delegated powers of the municipal manager to execute that without the council needing to approve anything. We only need to take this decision if the issue actually has financial implications. And in that case, we are in any event precluded from dealing with this matter, as recommendations with budgetary consequences may only be dealt with when the budget is being approved or reviewed, which is not the case here today. I have no doubt this matter has serious budgetary implications. For these reasons, I do not support this proposal, and I will vote against it, and I request that my vote shall be minuted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Leader of the Executive. Okay, MMC Morodi.
Yeah, and thank you, Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to remind Council what this is about. So when the decision to insource was taken, I think that we must view it as a decision that was taken to appease politicians, because the administration did not embrace insourcing. In fact, what it did was it took those 1,282 officers and put them on ice. They gave them contracts, pretended that they work for the city, whereas they didn't work for the city. In fact, up until 6 months ago, they couldn't even access Tshwane House. Tshwane House is the headquarters of the city of Tshwane, but people that are supposed to protect the city could not even have access to it. So this is what it's about. It's about us bringing back the dignity. When the mayor was tabling her reports, she said that we are about restoring dignity. And this is exactly what this report does, because we owe it to ourselves. And if we don't do anything about it, we reject this report. It will be an indictment on council, because for those 5 years, you sat in this council knowing that you've got people that you are underpaying, overworking, and you are willing to do nothing. In fact, what you chose to do was to technicalize the issues. Here we've got men and women that wake up every day to protect our city, but we do not want to pay them because we are finding technicalities. There are no technicalities. In fact, at the end of the financial year, we approved a report that will bring them into the city, that will do real insourcing. So on the 1st of August, real insourcing happened. Not psychological, not what you did to appease certain groups of politicians, but real insourcing. And what real insourcing meant was you are bringing them into the city, that they are permanently employed, that they get benefits. We saw the first part of their benefit being bequeathed on them. We saw them getting their 13th check, and what we will do going forward, and that report guarantees it, that they will get their medical aid, they will get their housing subsidy, they will get their provident fund, and this is part of that. So this decision was made at that point, so there will be a saving, and that is where it's coming from. Don't create problems about MFMA, because that is a lie. It is a lie that you have been telling throughout, and the sad thing about it is, because you don't care, these are poor people that are earning the lowest rank employees in the city. But why do we care? We want to turn them into technicalities. But the government will not do that. Our government is there to restore dignity. This is what we are doing. We don't expect you to approve this report. We have the numbers to do it. And like the MMC said there, when you've got a political authority and you can take decisions, we are going to take those decisions. We are going to do real insourcing for our colleagues. We will not rely on technicalities. So everyone in this side will be supporting that report. And going forward, these...
Thank you very much. But my operator, in future, once I call the MMC to wrap up the report, you don't put time on the MMC. You allow the MMC to finish whatever that you wanted to present. Were you done, MMC? Okay, can I have an extra minutes, please? Can you allow the MMC to continue? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And it is very sad that the Freedom Front is the one to refuse this, because Grandi Tieneson was the MMC of community safety. He had the responsibility to do that. He knew about it, full facts, but he decided to sit there and do nothing. We must read into it that simply because it does not affect his demographic, he does not care. But our MMC Hannes Kotsia cares, and that is why we are doing this now. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That was the last. That was the last speaker on this item. Okay, MMC, go ahead. Press once, MMC, please. Press it once. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I close my own report, please? Speaker, I want to take you to the report where in previous council or mayoral committee meeting dated with reference number 25053/1, dated 25 February 2021. This report was already approved as a council resolution. So basically what we're doing is we're rectifying that which was already approved. But if you look at the 6.1 in that report, where human resources are talking, people are complaining that the asset protection does not protect our assets. For the simple reason, I'm going to read it from the report. In that council meeting, those people were working. Officers are currently incorrectly linked into a work week system from Monday to Friday from 7:30 to 1400 hours. Now, how do you expect them to look at our assets after hours when it then causes a problem with allowance of payment errors? It causes unnecessary overtime expenditure. It causes many other things which is not linked with the proper overtime systems. And therefore, we request that this report be approved. If you look at it, it says there the shift system will work 2-day shifts, daytime, 2 night shifts, and then 4 days off, which is then the saving that will be accomplished so that we can pay these people, give them a proper dignity, so that we can protect our systems and assets. You can even see there, this is to rectify and to comply with council resolution, which was dated 25 February, and with the collective agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As recommended. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then let's divide the house. Those who are for the recommendations, who are those? Just hold on. You can put your hands down. You can put your hands down. Yes, Councillor Makhaleni.
Thank you, Speaker. We don't need to push it to a vote. The DA just want to register our dissenting vote on the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Chief Whip, your hand is up, but you are not pressing your mic. We can continue. Yes, I'm going that. I just want to close this report. Yeah, I just want to close this report. Then the DA is recording it's not voting for the item. Councillor Erasmus.
Thank you, Speaker. The VF Plus wants it to be minuted that all members of the VF Plus give their dissenting vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lex. Yes, what's the point of order, MMC? Thank you very much. As far as I know, they are not voting. They will register their dissenting votes. Councillors, Councillor Ramabudu, can you come in? Press once, may say, just once, so that ndikwazi ukukuvulela.
Now, this is how the process works. We engage and debate on the report on the table. Then after that, you as a speaker, you say, let's just approve the report, and then those who say yes, they say yes. Those who say no, they say no. So we said yes, they said no. What do you do with the process? Now, when they see that now they are not winning, they just take you back to the process that has been done. We want to vote. They said no, we said yes. It's a confusion. We want to get it right. Who is saying yes? Who is saying no? We are ready. We want to say yes. Our hands are ready. We are voting.
Thank you very much. Wait, councillors. Wait. This is... This is... Councillors. This is not... Councillors. This is not for the first time for a party or councillors to dissent their votes. This is not for the first time. It happens. No. No, this is not for the first time it happens. So they've got a right to do so. Okay, councillors, can I allow Councillor Lex Mikkelberg, then I'll come back to you, Councillor Ramabudu. Councillor, I've got a right to listen to them. Then if we go with a vote, then there's IFP and ACDP. Then we can vote. If they say, they are recording their dissented vote to say they are not voting for the item. They are not saying, councillors, thank you very much. Chief Whip, can you please approach? Thank you very much. The percentage of votes that we are not voting is recorded. And let me allow Councillor Mikkelberg, then I rule. I'm coming, Councillor. Why don't you allow me to rule? I'm coming to the point. Can I allow him to hear what he says? Councillor. Councillor Tema, can you please? Over to you, Leader of the Executive.
Yeah, no, it's not bullying. My hand was up even before Ramabodu. Then you took Ramabodu. You went across everybody. My hand was just up, disciplined. I didn't scream. Speaker, let's remind you of what you were doing. Everybody spoke to the item. We couldn't reach consensus on the outcome. You started voting. You called for a vote. That's what you did. That's why our hands were up. They requested you, and you said we must lower our hands. The voting process was in motion. We had started. Now, do you want to tell us that you are undermining your ruling that we should proceed with voting? Because let me tell you what is happening here. The dissenting vote, it's an escape of a bullet of responsibility. Therefore, they must, in the open, say they are rejecting this report. Allow us to vote. And let's record that dissenting. You see, Speaker, I would not agree with you when you allow people to interject your decision of voting. Count us who are voting. Count us complete that process. That this collective here has voted in favor of that report. And if they are dissenting, it must follow a voting that you have started. Therefore, don't interject the process that you've started. We are there, we are raising our hands. Count us.
Thank you very much. Listen, councillors. Listen, councillors. Listen. Kaningandimameli ndizawuthini ufuna ndithethe njani? No, if uniyanignora nam ndizonignora kaloku. What I'm saying, can you be quiet, please? What I'm saying here, Leader of the Executive, if you have allowed me to finish what I was doing, there is no way that I'm turning my decision. If you have allowed me to finish what I was saying. So thank you very much. Can we then, can we vote on this? Those who are for the recommendations, those who are for the recommendations, those who are for the report. Please lower your hands. Those who are against. What are you doing? Those who abstain, thank you very much. I'm reading the results here. Thank you very much. Those who are for, it's 111. Those who are against, 15. Those abstain, 0. Councillor Ace.
You have been ignoring me throughout this meeting. I want to register the DA's dissenting vote. Number 1. Number 2, you have allowed yourself to be bullied for gimmicks. The other side have butchered your rules. You have lost control of your council. Please register our dissenting vote and acknowledge that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We have divided the House. We have voted on the item. MMC, Ramabud, is your hand up?
No, Speaker. I think it's our responsibility in the first place to protect you. There's no one who must speak to you like you are a young man. If this lady was grown up in a family where black elderlies are treated like that, then we can't allow that. But secondly, they can howl me. Secondly, look how he was trying to bully Makhaleni there. It's not a joke. The confusion, that concoction that you saw of not being sure whether they support or they don't support or what, they raised hands first until this young madam says the hands must go. The young madam said the hands must go up. Then Makhaleni, then Makhaleni and Dikeledi, Councillor Dikeledi, they took charge, and we want to applaud them. They are starting now to rise. Black councillors in the DA are saying no to this abuse. And we saw them just now when Dikeledi and Makhaleni were taking charge of the caucus of the DA. And this is what we want. This is democracy, and these people are getting liberated time to time. We want to applaud you, fighters. Continue on fighting. The struggle continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As councillors, as we voted on the item, as recommended, thank you very much. We are moving to the next item. And Councillor Tennessee, you voted against can I speak? You voted against, so why are you raising the hand? You voted against, and there is yes vote, which is 111, and the recommendation has been recommended because we decided to vote against, and I said I divide the House, and I stick on that. I did, didn't I? You were so busy with noise you didn't hear me. So the recommendation has gone through. If I may ask, I'll come back to you. I just need to, councillors, please. I just need to concentrate. Can I ask a 20 minutes break? No. I'm taking a 20 minutes break. I'm taking a 20 minutes break. There's an emergency. There is an emergency that I need to attend. 20 minutes break, that's what we are taking. Thank you very much. Councillors, please take your seats. Thank you very much. Can we then continue can we resume our meeting? Can we all sit down, councillors, please, so that we start. Councillors, can we please take our seats? Please, let's take our seats. Let me make a disclaimer that all dissenting votes are recorded. Thank you. Then let's then move on. Thank you for the 20 minutes that I was awarded. Let's then move on with. I can't report back because it was personal. Don't expect me to report back. And okay, Chief Whip of Council. Good evening, councillors. My apologies. There was a request for an extension of time, so I did grant that time. Can we then take our seats? Can we take our seats so that we... Councillors, can we take our seats, please? The councillors in the front, who are standing in the front, please take your seats. Councillors, can I be listened to? Can you take your seats? Thank you very much. Then I will ask thank you very much. I will then ask the Deputy Chief Whip to give us a feedback of the caucus.
Coming to you, I just want. No, thank you very much, Speaker. We had our caucus. We have robustly engaged, and we have managed to find each other. What is just outstanding is just for me to approach to your good selves and MSO just to 2 minutes to indicate to you specifically what we have agreed, and then we can then move.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for indulging me this time. Can I then, before we can proceed, there are developments that we want to discuss. I'd like to invite all the whips and the chief whip, please. Can we meet all the whips and the chief whip, deputy chief whip, to discuss the new developments? Okay, thank you, thank you. Can we then continue? Thank you very much, councillors. This is how we are going to proceed with our meeting. Can I have your attention? Members of the Freedom Front, can you please take your seats? Members of the EFF, take your seats, please. Please take your seats, whoever that is standing. I want to give you the new development and how we're going to approach our meeting now. Part 2, to those who have the agenda and to those who have prepared to speak. On part 1, we are going to deal with item On part 1, we are going to deal with item 2 and item 3, then and item 13. That is part 1. Then on part 2, we are dealing with item 14, item 23, and 24. Then on section 79, we are going to deal with item L1. Those are the important or agent reports that we cannot ignore them. We need to deal with them today. Then after that L item, L1, we will adjourn our meeting for next week, continuation on Thursday. Next week, Thursday, continuation, we are dealing with all reports. Remember, we are having reports that we deferred them to this meeting from November. So we are going to deal with all reports that we have, and some committee reports that of January will also be added on the continuation, which is on Thursday next week. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Now let's move to, yes, Executive Mayor. Please press your button, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker. The acting city manager is going to give you the reports. There's not 4 reports. We do have compliance reports, even when you go to the last page, the item 23, but the acting city manager has our list of the reports to be considered. It's not 4, the ones that are compliance reports.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I then repeat the reports that we are going to deal with? Thank you, councillors. We are going to deal with item 2 and 3 on part 1. Then, and 13, that is part 1. Then on part 2, we are dealing with 14, 23, 24, 25. Then on section 79, we are dealing with item L1, which is MPEC report. So those are the reports that we'll be engaging on this. Then after that, the meeting will be adjourned for Thursday. Thank you so much. Can we then move to item 2 of part 1? Reference number 93346/1, 93346/1, yeah. Group Financial Service Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for October 2025 and 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 76 to 79, and the speaker on this item is Councillor I. Stradom. Only. From DA. Please press your, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. This report reflects a serious failure of compliance, oversight and transparency. Tender TMPD 02 of 2016-2017 lapsed in January 2025. Although a new tender was advertised in December 2024, no replacement contract was put in place. From April 20...
Sorry, Councillor. Councillors, please, can you lower the noise that you are making? We are on item 2. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's proceed.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Speaker.
Just a moment, Councillor. Can I attend to the Executive Mayor? I'll come back to you. Yeah, this thing is sabotaging me today. Can you press again, Executive Mayor? Yes, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to clarify item 2 where is Councillor Stradom speaking on the report where there is no deviation, just to make sure. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor, come in. Councillor Stradom.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope you adjust my time for the 2 interruptions I just had. Thank you. From April 2025, the service provided Traumatic Protection Services was extended on a month-to-month...
Okay, there's a point of order. Okay. What are you standing on, Councillor MMC?
A point of a nuisance.
No.
There's no such pointies in this house.
So I'm a nonsense.
So stop those jesters here.
You call me nonsense.
There's no point of nonsense here.
You call me nonsense.
Can we allow
That's how you treat people.
Thank you very much.
It's a racist behavior.
Yes.
Cannot tolerate that.
Councillors.
Respond. Don't do that.
We've got a point of order on the... Councillor Tema.
We cannot accept...
Councillor Tema.
No, the problem is not.
Councillor Tema.
We cannot accept that tone. We are not boys here. No? If they are boys that side, this side they are not.
Councillor Tema. Councillor Tema. Councillor Tema. Councillor Tema. Thank you very much. MMC Ramabudu, your point of order, please. There is a point of order, Councillor Ace. You are noted. Okay.
No, Speaker, I'm saying we can't be told that we are interrupting when the rule book affords us rights of raising a point of order. And then someone who's not happy about what we are raising, and then she says we are interrupting. We are not interrupting anyone. We are following the rules. But lastly, she says point of nonsense. I mean, what is that? I don't care whatever that you are saying or how do you want to interrupt it.
Thank you very much.
But maybe let's not allow her to speak. Let's go to another speaker. Just to punish her to behave next time.
Thank you very much, councillors. Let us not have gestures that are not part of this. You must. I don't respond. I'm talking. We want to continue with the item. So please respect the point of order if someone has raised the point of order. Because you won't like it when it's happening to you. So don't do something that cannot be done to you. Councillor Ace.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We have just agreed that we will not be howling and that we will allow each other to speak. My side of the room has been doing that. We have not even allowed Councillor Ina Strydom to come to the substance of her speech before everybody started interrupting her. So if I can please ask that the other side of the room also maintains the decorum that you requested. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace. And indeed, that's what the whip has agreed on, that we are going to assist at not to delay the meeting by saying things that are unnecessary in this meeting. Thank you very much. Councillor Strydom, please continue with your speech.
Thank you, Speaker. I will start where I was interrupted. From April 2025, the service provided through Arctic Protection Services was extended on a month-to-month basis, with those extensions expiring in August 2025. Speaker, once those extensions expires, this matter needed to be disclosed in the October 2025 deviation report. It was not. That is an omission that is unacceptable. This is not a minor administrative error. It constitutes a clear breach of Regulation 36 of the SCM regulations and Section 38 of the City Supply Chain Management Policy. By failing to disclose this deviation, Council was denied its constitutional oversight role. What makes the matter even more concerning, Speaker, is that Tritonic Protection Services is linked to the Deputy Mayor Eugene Modise, raising a serious...
There's a point of order. Leader of the Executive.
That councillor, even when she speaks, you can't even look at her, you see. Because of that speech is written by Jackie Ace. The security, there's a problem. No.
That, Leader of the Executive, you know for sure that is not a point of order.
In November, we received a deviation report of 137 million. It was tabled here. Therefore, it's lies. Don't sneak in issues and say to us, council doesn't receive a report. In November, in this council, that report came. What is she trying to do? It's irrelevant in terms of the report. There are no deviations. She must stick to relevance. There's nothing in that report. What is she talking about, Speaker?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speak on what is relevant. Speaker, you make.
Thank you,
Speaker. Why you turn to Teta? Go ahead, Councillor Kautule, and this is the last one. Thank you very much. Please, Councillor, continue and stick on what is relevant, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Raising serious questions about political influence and who ultimately benefited from this continued non-compliance, whether perceived or real, this creates an unethical conflict, untenable conflict of interest that is further undermines the public trust. Deviation.
A point of order. MMC Mukhali. Press once, please, MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm calling on a point of order because I think you really need to also assist us as the House. I'm not sure if the Council has read the report. The report has got 0 deviation report. The only thing that she can comment on if she wants to speak is to commend us for the fact that there are no deviation reports. There's nothing that she needs to engage the report on because now she's dwelling into things that we are now tempted to respond to. What has the issues of triotic got to do with the deviation report? Can our time not be wasted, please? If the councillor has got nothing to submit, I think she's really crying at the wrong funeral.
Yes, she must wait.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor, please assist me. Speak on what is on the report.
Thank you, Speaker. There was no deviations declared. That is what I say. I didn't say there are deviations, but there was nothing declared. Thank you. Speaker, for this reason, the Democratic Alliance will once again write to the Auditor General to request this matter to be formally investigated, including the role of Tritotic Protection Service.
Yes, Leader of the Executive. Please press. Can you switch it off, Councillor Strader?
Yeah, there's a problem of issues of performance there. And Jackie writes wrong speeches. Speaker, help us. We're going to call her to point of order. If she speaks about things that are not in that report, we're going to call point of order. Relevance.
Councillor Strader, please help me and help the House. Speak what is in the report, the relevance of the report, nothing outside the report. Help me with that. And please finish your speech.
Speaker, I cannot see why I need to be prescribed what I need to speak on. I've been a councillor in this council 15 years. Thank you. Security services are critical, but does not place them above the law.
Councillor, wait. Councillor, no one is asking you what to say.
You are.
But we are saying, say what is relevant to the report. We are not saying don't say anything, but say what is relevant in the report to avoid to be told that you are not speaking what is in the report. Say what is in the report. You've got only 1 minute left.
Thank you. So I do not touch nerves. That's what you're actually saying. Security services are critical, but does not place them above the law. On the contrary, it demands stricter compliance, not selective enforcement. This report cannot be.
What is the point of order? Who's raised the point of order? Okay, Leader of the Executive. Are you sure, Councillor, are you reading the right report? Okay, let me take the point of order, then I noted you, Councillor Ace. Please press once, Alderman Malulega. I know you're today.
Yes. Point of order. The speech of Jackie is wrong, Speaker. It's for another item, not this one. On this one, relevance, it's 0 deviation, we must be applauded for doing the good work. There's no deviation. Anything else? Point of order.
Thank you very much. Press once, Councillor Ace, please. Operator, help me here.
Thank you, Speaker.
Go ahead.
Speaker, it's the job of this council to do oversight. This report says that there's no deviations declared. It doesn't mean that there's no deviations. So what the DA is busy doing is doing oversight to say that it is an omission that there was supposed to be a deviation declared that is not declared. Therefore, I'm asking that you let our Speaker, who wrote her own brilliant speech, because the DA consists of very many councillors, that she please continue. Thank you, Speaker. It is relevant to this report. She's raising something that the executive failed to declare.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ace. Councillor Strado, you've got 30 seconds. Continue, you've got 30 seconds. And please, if you know that this report is not the report that you are speaking to, just say so. We'll give you another time on the right report. Go ahead, ma'am, 30 seconds.
Speaker, I know exactly which report I'm talking on. Item 2, the deviation report. Thank you. I can read and I do know what's going on this report. Thank you, I'm finished.
Thank you very much. That was the only speaker on this item as recommended. Let's move to item 3. Reference number 9153-3/1, Group Financial Services Department, Supply Chain Management Deviation Report for November 2025-2026 financial year. This report is on page 80 to page 83. Recommendations are on page 83. And I've got no speaker on this one as recommended. Okay, let's move to item 13. Reference number 56814-1, Economic Development and Special Planning Department, waiving of development charges for concept use application in terms of section 16.3 of the City of Tshwane Land Use Management Bylaw 2016, as amended from time to time, read with clause 16 of the Tshwane Land Use Scheme 2024 for a place of childcare in designated areas. And this report is on page 1133 to page 1179. Recommendations are on page 1161. And the speakers on this item, we've got Councillor PM Masina from the ANC. Can you say it on record?
Thank you very much, Speaker. This report seeks approval to waive development charges for the concerned user application under section 16.3 of the Tshwane Land User Management Bylaw of the Tshwane Land User Scheme 2024. This waive applies to an early childhood development facility designated areas aligned with the Council's commitment to support these vital services as outlined in the Council report on a flexible land development application process dated February 2022 on the 24th. Speaker, the Council previously recognized the importance of streamlining processes for such facilities to promote community benefits, addressing services gaps. This waive aligns with efforts to promote accessible, quality early childhood development, particularly in areas where those services are needed mostly. It contributes to more equitable outcomes for Tswane's children, families, and to support the city's special planning development strategy by encouraging appropriate land user in alignment with community needs. Waiving these charges will encourage the establishment of early childhood facility where needed, contribute to more equitable access to services and supporting Tswane's social development and encouraging and economic objectives. We believe this wave will contribute positively to the city's development. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Then the next speaker is Councillor B. Lawrence from DA.
Speaker, I've got recommendations that follows the speech. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker, to all councillors and present for the new year. Mag die voorspoed julle almal verveel. Speaker, in the Democratic Alliance, we believe in an approach of government that seeks to create an environment where small enterprises and other job creators thrive under the structures that have been put in place to ensure that compliance is an attractive option by getting the basics right at the bottom levels and allow for the playing field to be leveled so that we can get Tshwane into the lead as an incubator for participants in the economy, who are potentially our most important assets. The reference, our economic justice policy. Speaker, the essence of the report is in line with our principles, as this has been written on the foundation of the Council-approved report from February 2022 under the DA government. As we all know, this arose from the result of the circumstances where most ECDs, especially in vulnerable communities, they needed to comply with regulations under the Children's Act, as well as the Department of Education's requirements in order to be registered onto their database, assisting with proper recording of information that would assist government in the preparation for education at higher levels in order to plan their resources accordingly. Speaker, but the challenges of compliance through our city systems have proven to be more of a stumbling block than an aiding structure. And with the exponential increase in the demand for institutions of early childhood development as a city, we are still falling short of ensuring that those who want to comply are indeed assisted accordingly. In my own community, Esterest, who have organized themselves by means of establishment of a forum, they've been waiting for over a year for their consent use applications to be processed, and I believe that we are no further in the process from where we started. We would like to therefore support the report, but with the following recommendations. 1, that the implementation of the report be held in abeyance until Council has adopted a policy on the waiver of these development charges for land use application in alignment with the Municipal Fiscal Powers and Functions Amendment Act of 2024, post the operationalization of the Act. 2, subsequent to the first recommendation being satisfied, that the annual cost or value of the waived development fees be recorded and presented to Council within the annual performance report. 3, subsequent to recommendation 1, that additional criteria for ECDs to be exempted from development charges is developed beyond just designated areas, to take into account a needs analysis for the applying ECDs in order to accommodate areas of need for ECDs in all areas of the city.
Okay, just add more time to finish the recommendation.
Oh. All right. Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. So the third one, I'm just going to read it again. Subsequent to recommendation 1, that additional criteria for ECDs to be exempted from development charges is developed beyond just designated areas to take into account a needs analysis for the applying ECDs in order to accommodate areas of need for ECDs in all areas of the city beyond the designated areas. Thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry, it was recommended by myself. Apologies. Recommended by myself, Councillor Benjamin Lawrence, and seconded by Councillor Pogisho Mtimuni. Lema julle kan hartlik klap.
Thank you very much. The recommendations are as follows. One, that the implementation of the report is held in the abeyance until Council has adopted a policy on a waiver of development charges for land use application aligned to municipal fiscus powers and Functions Amendment Act of 2024 post the operationalization of the Act. Two, subsequently to the first recommendation being satisfied that the annual cost of value or value of the waived development fees be recorded and presented to Council within the annual performance report. Three, subsequently to the recommendation, one, that additional criteria for ECDs to be exempted from the development charges be developed by beyond just designated areas to take into account a need analysis for the applying ECD in order to accommodate areas of need for ECDs in all areas of the city beyond the designation areas, proposed by Councillor Benjamin Lawrence and supported by Councillor Mutimunye. As amended. Okay, thank you. Let's then, those who are not hearing, even if you are putting a hearing aid. We are dividing the house. Can you hear me? Denzelba ungathi khange nditsho. Councillor Fosi said, Tam, I didn't say so. I'm saying we are dividing the house. And those who are for, okay, go ahead. Councillor, I think Councillor Masilela.
Yeah, I'm really pleading with you, Speaker, that I think how you were overemphasizing the issue around whether people are hearing you. Some of us have a disability of hearing, and the manner in which you spoke about it, it's quite offensive. Please, man, it's not a choice. It is not something nice not to have a hearing problem. Similarly, if probably you were to make a comment about passing someone and say, can you hear me, even those that are, can you see me, even those that are blind, they will take offense. So please withdraw that statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It was not said in a bad way. I withdraw. Thank you so much. And then can we then, who else is MMC? Go ahead. Okay, I'm coming. Noted, Councillor Mutimunye.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm just being saddened by what I just heard from Councillor Benjamin. He's the same councillor who's calling me, who's sending messages to find out when are we approving this report. But now, if the DA wants to continue to deprive the most designated area, and the Constitution is very clear, Speaker, that we have to give, especially the underprivileged communities, basic education, basic health, and as well as nutrition. Because if we don't approve this report, it will mean those ACDs, they won't be able to get funding. They won't get any funding from the provinces. So I'm just disappointed by him not having to approve that. Yet is the very same person that is coming to me every day to ask for the report to be approved. So I'm so very disappointed. It means, you know what, he's not even an honest person to deal with this. But we are going ahead, Speaker, because we want to make sure that, you know, we continue with what we're supposed to be doing in terms of giving the most underprivileged opportunity for them to register with the ECDs. We cannot allow a situation where we only allow DA to try to dictate to us. Please, Speaker, if you can divide the House.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm taking Councillor. Thank you, Councillors. I'm taking Councillor Mutimunye. After that, we vote. Can I take Councillor Mutimunye? Then we come back to the decision of dividing the House. Leader of the Executive, is it a point of order? Or can you wait until I attend Councillor Mutimunye, then I come to you? Okay, Councillor Mutimunye.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I think we sometimes don't listen to each other. We are supporting the report, Speaker. We are supporting the report. The recommendation says that we are saying that the adoption, though, of the outcomes be held in abeyance until there is a policy of this city that deals with the waiver of development or of development charges or development fees. There's no such policy at this point in time. And Group Legal is saying this in the report. They are avoiding this thing. It's right in the middle of the report where Group Legal says there is no authority of this council to waiver any development fee. Nothing. But there is an act that the president has assented to that's not operationalized. Subsequent to that act being operationalized, then council can adopt the policy to say who can be waived a development fee, who can. Currently, we can only waiver on procedure and shorten the procedure as we did with the 2022 report. So we are supporting the report, but we are just saying legal is impermissible. And Group Legal says the same thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leader of the Executive. No, he was not giving a speech. He was giving information. So you can't give a speech when you are giving information. Hence, I'm stopping him. Leader of the Executive.
Thank you. Speaker, we are on the amendment. And I think let's give it sufficient time. And I think Mutimunye was attempting to be on the amendment so that we can be able to establish common ground. Who said ground there? Your English is improving. Then, Speaker, all council members are aware that it takes a year and a half to approve a plan. Therefore, all ECDs that are going to apply, let's not discourage them. Because what they want to understand is that council has moved for them to be able to raise funds and for them to comply. Therefore, once we approve this report, we are still going to bring all the applications that come from ECDs. And one of the stakeholders that must commend, it is finance. At that point, when we come to finance, we should be in line with, we don't know whether the president is going to do it tomorrow or next week. Let's remove that part, because of we are as if we are a stumbling block. We might know, the intentions might be noble, But let's remove that and approve the report. And when those reports, those applications come back to council, they must conform. Therefore, let's agree in principle. They must conform with all the finance principles. And one of those principles is that in place, you should therefore have a policy. We can work out those mechanisms. The internal, we can work on them and finalize them. Therefore, the principle is that we want to have a report that deals with waiver on these ECDs. Therefore, I don't see the need for us to add those amendments. The report is sufficient to be carried that we have a report that deals with waiver for ECDs. And it has been a crisis for many years, by the way, that these ECDs have been deprived an opportunity because some come from areas that are not proclaimed, by the way. Then what do we say? That communities that are poor, and it's not their issue, by the way, that there are areas in Nkangala or that are not proclaimed. Therefore, we still need ECDs in those areas. Let's be considerate. The future of South Africa depends on this day. I heard the Minister of Education waffling about whether we are doing well or not doing well. We want to assist there to ensure that the primary education is supported, and we are on part. We support you, MMC Mabocha. We swear, Bogoto.
Thank you very much. Then that gave me to a point where we are saying, Councillor Benjamin, is there any way that you can engage with the MMC, and before we can proceed, can you engage with the MMC to see whether we move on with this amendment, or you are withdrawing based on the explanation that has been given? Then can I speak to Councillor Benjamin? There is only one Councillor Lawrence in this house. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to engage with the MMC of Economic Development on your amendment before we can proceed? Because if there is a common ground where you can meet, there is no need for us to divide the house. Can you then, if you say yes, you would like to engage, then I'll give you that time now. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, I will engage with the MMC. It's not me.
Yes, Councillor Ramabud.
No, Speaker, we don't have time. Can we divide the house, please? We are not going to attend. No. Lena, liselela engage. Aleman na kule soro power lena. Kajino alina sepele soro engage what? Ari ay suka. Lele mo ne le sabat lo bula le rena mo. No le apalwa muka di bagana nyetenyane le engage what?
Thank you very much.
I want to leave. Engage what? They must engage there. We want to leave.
Councillor Lawrence, please go and meet the MMC of Economic Development so that we can take a right decision here. And I'm giving you 3 minutes. You are left with 1 minute, Councillor Benjamin. Pardon me? Has he engaged with the MMC? All right. Thank you very much. Can we wrap it up? Okay, thank you very much. Now this is what is happening. Thank you very much. The plan of bringing together Councillor Lawrence and the MMC, it's not working. Then we are going to the ordinary or original decision that I've made, that we are dividing the House on this amendment. We are going to vote on it. Okay, those who are in support of the amendment, those who are in support of the amendment, those who are for the amendment. Okay, thank you very much. You can lower your hands. Those who are against the amendment. You may please lower your hands. Those who are abstaining. Thank you very much. What is your point of order? No, Councillor, no, Councillor, no. Now we have voted. You can't take us to debate. You can't. You cannot take. That's what I want you. That's what I wanted you to do. Wait, Councillor, wait. That's what I wanted you to do with the MMC. Then you refused to do that. And we have already voted. And I'm not going back to the debate. No, Councillor. No, Councillor. Thank you very much. The results of the vote. Those are for the amendment is 77. Those who are against is 108. Abstain 0. As recommended. Let's move to, yes, Councillor Ace.
Please register the DA's descending vote on this report so that we won't be part of future irregular expenditure. Thank you.
That is noted and recorded. Yes, who wants to speak? Okay, go ahead. Chair.
Okay, so I am on the speaker's list. If I can proceed.
Councillor, are you going back to the debate that we just had before the vote? Because we have voted on the item and we have recommended it. So are you taking us back to it?
Speaker, when the DA spoke, they put forward their recommendation, which we voted on, but I never got the opportunity to speak. You never afforded me the opportunity either.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is what, councillors, I noted you, Councillor Florich. We are continuing with our speakers now. Yes, Councillor Florich, you have 43 minutes.
Important. Thank you, Speaker. 4 years ago, almost to date, Council approved a report on the shortened land development application process for early childhood development centres in previously disadvantaged areas. Under the failed DA Mayor Brink, this urgent matter did not receive the attention it deserved, despite the number of informal settlements mushrooming to 502 across the city of Tshwane since COVID-19 days. 2 weeks ago, the Section 79 Oversight Committee, Economic Development and Spatial Planning, together with the DA Councillor Benjamin, of which I am part, experienced firsthand some of the challenges that many small businesses and ECD centres in informal settlements face. We visited local traders along Marabastad Street in Vergenoeg informal settlement at Ridgeville, as well as an established ECD centre nearby. Despite operating in that area for more than 10 years, local business owners had not been able to apply for a trading license with the city and were thus non-compliant. Interestingly, a local bakery that was operated by an illegal foreigner had managed to get the necessary paperwork from the city, although they too operated on unregistered land. Victims to the system, a whole underworld of informality and illegality has flourished. This has all changed under the decisive leadership of Action SA Mayor Dr. Nasipi Moya and the multi-party coalition government in Tshwane. During the last council meeting, the informal trading and township economy bylaw was passed in council, enabling the informal sector to register with the city and become compliant. So too should ECDs in informal settlements be empowered to operate legally despite the informality of their location. This report before us today seeks to propose the waiving of development charges for consent use applications of ECDs in areas where there is no provision of bulk services. This form of social relief not only empowers ECD centres in the 502 informal settlements to register with the Department of Social Welfare, but it also channels much needed funding towards job creation and the provision of quality education for preschool children in our most vulnerable communities. This report is urgent.
Thank you very much. My apologies to the EFF. I'd like to call Councillor Munchusi.
Honorable Speaker, Chief Kekana, Chief Mahlangu and the entourage, fellow councillors and the distinguished guests, the Economic Freedom Fighters welcome this report from the Economic Development and Spatial Planning Department, which requests council approval to waive the development charges for consent use application for places of child care, also known as early childhood development facilities in designated areas. This measure is necessary to remove financial barriers that prevent ECD centers in disadvantaged communities from formalizing becoming compliant, and providing safe care. Too many centers operate without registration, cannot access building plan approval, fail to meet health requirements, and cannot register with the Department of Basic Education or access subsidies, denying vulnerable children and families the quality care they deserve. Since 2022, over 300 applications have stalled because centers could not afford development charges. Of 628 known ECD centers in Tshwane, only 101 are registered and only 7 in designated areas. By waiving these fees, the city will empower these centers to meet minimum safety and quality standards, including indoor and outdoor spaces requirements, site and floor plans, and compliance with health bylaws. Speaker, the waiver applies across 4 categories of areas: proclaimed and unproclaimed townships, informal settlements, and traditional authority areas, with adjustment to ensure safe basic infrastructure is in place. This ensures that even with waived fees, children are not placed at risk. The EFF supports this report because it is pro-poor, inclusive, and aligns with the principle that no community should be left behind. Facilitating compliance for small ECD operators not only improve the safety and well-being of our youngest residents, but
thank you very much, Councillor. Can I then call Councillor Joubert?
The Freedom Front Plus supports quality education and recognizes the need for adequate school infrastructure. However, we cannot support decisions where municipal land is dealt with selectively without equal consideration for all communities. This report proposes leasing specific portions of municipal land in Ga-Rankuwa to the Gauteng provincial government, while other areas across the city, many in equal need, are excluded. This raises a serious concern about the fairness and equal opportunity, which should be the cornerstone of a municipal governance. The city must also be cautious not to transfer its responsibility or costs, such as rezoning, consolidation, and planning processes, while relinquishing valuable land without a clear city-wide strategy. Speaker, the Freedom Front believes in responsible asset management, transparency, and non-discriminatory service delivery. Education must be planned properly, fairly, and in a way that benefits the entire city, not only selected areas. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, I'm pleased with the debate with the MMC and the Executive Mayor, and we are in agreement that whether you stay in Ga-Rankuwa, Danville, Atteridgeville, or Capital Park, there is a need everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The recommendations has been done. Let's then move to item 14. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Today we are not debating buildings. We are debating children's futures. Communities are facing extreme unemployment, poverty, and informality. ECD centers are not a luxury. They are essential social infrastructure. According to the 2022 census, children make up 34% of our population, and 59% of children in Gauteng live in poor households. If we do not intervene early, Speaker, inequality becomes permanent. Since April 2022, More than 300 ECD applications have been submitted to the city, yet many remain stalled, not because practitioners are unwilling, but because development charges and rigid infrastructure requirements make compliance impossible in under-serviced areas. Out of 628 ECD recorded by the Gauteng Department of Education, only 101 are fully registered, and only seven are in designated areas. Registration depends on municipal land use right. That means the city is the gatekeeper. When ECD are registered, they unlock government subsidies that provide nutrition, healthcare, and safety for our children. Every single day of the year, the social return is immediate and measurable. Waiving development charges does not weaken the regulations. It aligns regulation with reality. This report proposes a differentiated risk-managed approach that maintains health and safety standards while removing financial barrier where communities cannot carry them. Councillors, if we block ECDs, we block children. If we block ECD, if we enable ECD, we enable families, communities, and the future workforce of this. I urge Council to support this report, Speaker. I thank you, as you have already supported.
Thank you very much, MMC. Then we are moving then to item 14. Reference number 61371/43, retro 613771, a group property department, the proposed transfer of ERF 10936 Mamelodi in terms of the upgrading of Land Tenure Rights Act. This report is on page 5 to page 377. Recommendations are on page 15. Then on this item, I've got Councillor Tema from the ANC. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Wave.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Likhoti from the EFF. Councillor Likhoti, can you say it in record, please?
So, wait, Speaker.
Councillor Tema, are you speaking or you have waived? Councillor Likhoti from the EFF.
Wave.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mabunda from the Action SA.
Wave.
Thank you. Councillor M. Jubet. Thank you. As recommended, item 23, reference number 20136/1, 101314, City Strategy and Organizational Performance Department, Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act, Section 52D, Quarter 2 Report, and Section 72, Mid-Year Budget and Performance Assessment, Report on the implementation of the Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan. This report is in page 1934 to page 2275. Recommendations are on 1956. And on this item, I've got Councillor Baloyi from the ANC.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this report presents the audited performance of the City of Tshwane for quarter 2 of the 2025-2026 financial year. aligned with the approved service delivery implementation plan. The report complies with the Local Government Municipal Financial Management Act 2003, proving an assessment of progress for the mid-year. The reports include performance against service delivery and budget implementation plan, highlighting achievement and areas needing attention in service delivery, such as delivery of basic services, maintenance of infrastructure, community engagement outcomes, and responses to community. Status of C88 indicators, reflecting progress on key municipal performance metrics like financial stability, sustainability, service delivery, efficiency, governance indicators, and compliance with regulatory requirements. Progress on capital projects against milestones indicating implementation status of infrastructure and development initiative critical for Tshwane growth, including updates on budget utilization and delivery times. This provides an overview of Tshwane's mid-year performance, including status of C88 indicators, capital project progress, and municipal entities' performance against business plan. We trust this provides necessary insight for oversight decision-making. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Tifosi. Thank you. Councillor Mabokwan. Are you waving? Thank you. Councillor Sachin. Thank you. Councillor Mickelberg. Wave on his behalf, he's not here. As recommended, let's move to item 24. The reference number 02267/1. Group Financial Services Department, Local Government Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003, 1. In-year financial report, monthly and quarterly budget statement for the period ending 31st December 2025 to mid-year budget assessment. This report is on page 2276 to page 2316. Recommendations are on page 2281. Then on this item, I've got Councillor Luwele from the ANC, wave. Councillor Tilaray from DA.
Honourable Speaker, this report points to serious ongoing weaknesses in the financial management, particularly in continued underperformance and revenue collection, significant underspending on electricity maintenance and infrastructure, and are growing risks according to MFMA compliance. Speaker, despite continued billing, actual cash collection remained well below projections. Debtors continue to rise, impairments increase, and gaps between billing and collective revenue persist. This has now become a recurring pattern, not an isolated issue. The impact is clear. Sustained cash flow pressure, delays in capital projects, and a reduced ability to fund maintenance and basic services. This situation is further intensified by the fact that approximately 2 billion rand worth of invoices have not been processed, artificially distorting the city's financial position and contributing to the growth deficit. Speaker, the report also raises serious concerns regarding infrastructure reliability and electricity network sustainability. Overall electricity maintenance and infrastructure spending reflects an underspend of approximately 50 million rand. In a city that experiences frequent outages and network failures, underspending on electricity maintenance is not a saving. It is a deferred operational and financial risk. Deferred maintenance results in emergency repairs, higher outages, prolonged recovery time, and a loss of revenue. When residents go without power, the city is unable to bill consumers, further compounding revenue shortfalls. Speaker, while the report may technically comply with certain protocol requirements of the MFMA, compliance in substance is not secure. Repeat revenue underperformance, large-scale infrastructure underspending, and the failure to process invoices timeously undermine the intent of Section 71, 72, and 52, subsection D of the MFMA. These failures weaken Council's oversight role, obscure the true financial position of the city, and increase the risk of financial instability and potential external interventions. Speaker, taken together, these trends represent recognized early warning indicators under the MFMA, and if not urgently corrected, place the city on a path towards deeper financial and service delivery failure. The Democratic Alliance will continue to exercise firm oversight, protect residents.
Thank you very much. Then let's call to Councillor Muiloisan from the EFF. Wave, Councillor Mutiba. Wave, Councillor Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The points in this report need to be noted with some concern by Council. Firstly, we are presented with the operating revenue, which is down on the year-to-date budget to the sum of 337 million. Operating expenditure is 3.9 billion less than the year-to-date budget, leading to an accounting surplus of 4.3 billion. Now, I'm told by some councillors and officials that this is normal and that an accounting surplus is temporary. It's due to a backlog in processing purchase orders and usually only exists for the first 2 months of the financial year. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are now more than halfway through the financial year and the accounting surplus has grown. I'd like to state categorically to this Council that an accounting surplus is not normal. It points to purchase orders that have not been processed or capex not being spent, either due to lack of funding or slow processes. When POs are not processed in line with planning, POs roll over month after month and place a backlog and burden on our cash flow and service delivery. If the accounting surplus continues to grow, it places the entire budget in jeopardy. Despite the Executive Mayor's crowing over a fully funded budget in her tabling of the reports, our warnings have materialized as we read in this report, and I quote, "The city's cash resources are insufficient to cover short-term obligations. The collection level of 83% renders the approved budget unfunded." It's on page 2280, listen carefully, in case you missed it. Why is the Mayor calling the budget funded when this report calls it unfunded? In order to achieve a funded budget, the city needs to dramatically improve revenue collection, also written in the report. The Executive Mayor is operating on a wish and a prayer with this budget. They are gambling that at some point the money will turn up, but it isn't and it won't. Targeting correctional services isn't going to save you either. The Freedom Front Plus once again states that until budgeting is done correctly, until we plan to spend what we can actually realistically make, we will continue to sit with this problem year after year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mickelberg. Not here, wave on his behalf. As recommended. Let's move to item 25. Reference number 15029/1. Office of the Executive Mayor report on advertisement, recruitment, and appointment of Tshwane Economic Development Agency non-executive directors. This report is on page 2317 to page 2355. Recommendations are on page 2335. And on this item, I've got Councillor Tsiane from the ANC. Thank you very much, Councillor Mtimunye from DA.
We don't do these things of waving here.
Speaker, the city of Tshwane faces many financial challenges, including high debt levels and low levels of revenue collection. But the rudderless leadership of the city has responded to this by laying all the burdens on citizens. Here are some of the financial blows the city, this ANC-led city administration with the social media mayor has dealt to residents. 1, the highest taxes and rates in the history of this city. 2, selective publicity stunts of cutting off services of randomly targeted residents, bring the politically connected. 3, artificially inflating property valuation role to tax citizens more. Not satisfied with hitting the pockets of residents, it is now dealing a fresh blow and showing even more disregard.
Sorry, Councillor. Are you speaking on item 25? Yes, we are on 25. Okay.
I don't know. Thank you. So today the city is presenting a report that increases the number of directors on the TIDA board by a staggering 80%. We're going from 5 non-executives to 9 non-executives. What the city does not tell residents in this report is that the TIDA board costs 5 million rands per year to taxpayers. This cost will now balloon to 9 million rands per annum. It is not saying this in this report. These appointments are also procedurally flawed. There is no evidence of compliance with the requirement in Section 5B of the 2024 process for the appointment of entity directors, namely to check the municipal bills of the prospective directors, whether they are paid up or not. This was not checked, it was not verified. Second, Section 5C requires the interview panel to consist of 5 people. But from the report, only 3 people were in the interview panel. 2 officials, including the city manager, absented themselves from these interviews. This means that the interviewing panel was not properly constituted. Instead of fixing TIDA, the administration first came up with an ill-advised Mayoral Economic Advisory Council, which was a random thing. Now it is bloating the TIDA board and filling it with cadres. The DA completely rejects this. The Tshwane economy is not working. The only solution this administration can come up with is a classic case of throwing money at the problem. The third part is that it is residents who will foot the bill. But the silver lining, Speaker, is that residents have the opportunity at the end of this year to restore the DA-led government that actually cares about their money and that will only use it for residents' benefit. So we encourage the residents to vote DA in the next election. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor B. Tisulwane. Wave. Councillor J. Kutsie from the Action SA.
Speaker, before I start, I just want to bring something to your attention. We see every time in the newspapers of articles that Silje Brink is doing about, I don't know what he calls it, but he wrote an article in the Citizen, and he's actually saying that his councillor, Rian Ace, attended this and called this in the RCF. Rian Ace has never.
Just, you know, noted, noted, Councillor Ace. Listen, councillors. There is no need to shout. Then I'll call I'll call the DM. Then after that, Councillor Ace. Then the other woman, Silowa. Let's start with the DM. Eh? Okay. Sitting at DM. Go ahead.
Yeah, na ke na le energy mthimunye le slowa ke na le energy engwe kholo thata. Then you allowed Mthimunye to pass snide remarks to the executive mayor. And when Mabena tries to respond to Celia, who's not here, you are standing up like a small drum majorette. Right? Don't do what you are doing. Don't drown the speaker. You can try to do anything. Don't drown the speaker, because that's what you did, Mthimunye. You are saying the executive mayor, I don't know what is it that you called her. And we listened to you. And we tolerated what you did. Therefore, be tolerant when other people are passing snide remarks about your leaders. Therefore, be tolerant. No. It was snide remarks. It was.
Thank you very much.
Please, Speaker, protect the Speaker on the podium. Therefore, Mabena must be allowed to speak, because there's nothing special about Silias. He's a fellow that was carrying a bag, went to Cape Town and came back with that bag. I don't know whether he's a lawyer or what, but he was carrying a bag, just moving around here. There's nothing special about him. Allow Mabena, don't drown him.
Thank you, Leader of the Executive. Thank you very much. Councillor Kutia, you were on the podium. Go ahead, Councillor Kutia.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that the message that I want to give today to you is that articles are being published in newspapers in the city of Tshwane.
Thank you. Listen here. You listen here. For the fact that you are howling, for the fact that you are making noise, I'm going to allow that councillor to make the comment. I'm going to allow him. What is your point of order? Is it a point of order of information? Okay, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 35 and a point of relevance. The current Speaker, what he's speaking to has nothing to do with the item on the floor. As well, Speaker, can councillors also understand that the Code of Conduct says that we should not be wearing jeans to council and T-shirts? So if that can also be applied in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Exactly. Councillors. Councillor Mukho, MMC, please. Councillor Alderwoman Silowa. Exactly. You are raising jeans and T-shirts. That's not relevant on this item. That is not relevant on this item, but you have raised it. And Councillor Mutimunye, I'm taking the councillor that is speaking. You have made your comments. The leader of the executive was correct. You have made the comments and no one made gestures on that. Thank you so much. Can Councillor Kutia please proceed and finish up your speech, please?
Thank you, Speaker. The point that I wanted to make is there's publications in the newspapers. We also have Councillor Rian Ace that he is saying, Celia Brink is saying.
Listen here. Can I share something with you? I know it's only one item that is left, but I can make you to leave this house. I can make you to leave this house, even if we are going towards the end of the meeting. Why are you howling? Allow the councillor to speak. You were allowed to speak. Go ahead, councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. The point that I'm trying to make to these people is that Councillor Rian Ace is saying that he has reported the sewage leak in Region 7 for the past year. Now that I can tell you now, they can howl as much as they want. Rian Ace has never attended any RTF meeting the whole of 2025. So I'm telling you now, he can stand up if he wants to. He never attended any RTF meeting. And that is the way these DA councillors do. They don't attend these meetings. And they come and go to the news media. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor is noted. Councillor Makalen. Councillor Makalen. Thank you very much. Councillors, can we then proceed? Councillor Ace, what are you standing on? Just a second, MMC. Are you in a point of order, Councillor Ace, or what? Are you in a point of order, Councillor Ace? Okay, let's hear your point of order. Then I'm coming to MMC.
Speaker, we could have left this out of this meeting, but unfortunately it has been raised now. I want to refer both the Executive Mayor as well as Councillor Kutsia to rules and ethics.
Councillor, that is not a point of order. No. Don't say it's a point of order just because you want me to allow you to speak. Just say what is right. This is not a force. What is your point of order, Councillor Ace? If you don't, just say I don't have one. Don't get to it, just go straight to it.
I am referring the Councillor Kutsia as well as the Executive Mayor to rules and ethics for constituting illegal Section 80 committees. A Section 80 committee is chaired by a member of the mayoral committee under the command and the authority of the Executive Mayor. Councillor Kutsia, who does not have any position in this council.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Ace. Wait, councillors. Councillors, can you allow me to speak? Wait, Councillor Ace, wait. Councillors, can you please? Councillor Ace, if I may ask, what is the relevance on what you are, on what, can I speak? On what you are saying. No, I'm not biased, I'm just asking, what is the, what? Councillor Ace, listen to me. My question is to you. What is the relevance on the report for you to say, let's take the Executive Mayor and Councillor Kutsia to rules and ethics? What is the relevance on what you are asking on what we are discussing now?
Thank you, Speaker. You allowed the councillor to speak about and he referred to Councillor Ryan Ace not attending meetings. I'm saying that what he said in his speech refers to illegally constituted meetings, and therefore I am referring the Executive Mayor as well as the councillor for having illegally constituted meetings, and then they come to council chambers and come and attack dear councillors for not attending illegally constituted meetings. And that's why I'm referring. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Ace. Okay, councillors, you know what we can do here. You know what we can do. Thank you, Chair.
No, let's take it until tomorrow. We are not.
Oh, okay, listen, councillors. I thought you wanted to go home. But let me tell you this. I'm thinking that I've got a second thought, because it seems you are more distracting than preparing to go home. So if then you don't stop what you are doing, then we are going to continue with all items. Wait. This is what we are going to do. We are dealing with this item and the last item of Section 79, and we are going home. We are going home. Thank you very much. What your point that you have raised, Councillor Ace, has been noted. I think that will need a proper investigation of saying the mayor is calling illegal meetings. Before we can say what you are saying must be referred to rules and ethics, what evidence that tells us that the mayor is calling illegal meetings? Before we can go there, we will have to get that information. We can't just, Councillor Force, I'm not talking to you. We can't just refer people without evidence that of them doing that. Thank you very much. Then, Councillor G. Tennyson from FF Plus. Point of order, MMC. Point of order, there is point of order, I'm coming to you. Point of order.
Oh, even the MMC is rising then. Speaker, I think you are not fair. This is a very serious abuse that we are subjected to. I mean, there's an item. What one or two, they just speak about some illegal meeting. There's nothing on that item that speaks about that. On which item was Jackie A speaking on? No, on which item? Because we must not be treated like that. But secondly, these guys continue on disrupting us. If you can go and check Section 37, that speaks about their behavior. We were supposed to do it now, but they have many months. Those people outside. Maybe it's high time we use those people, because they are just getting paid. Well, there are people disrupting. The work of those people outside is to maintain the order of the house, and they are from your office. Can we take this one, only one, that one of Makru's fund, out of the council so that we proceed? Now you are saying that we cannot do this and this because of these people.
Thank you very much.
And they are still disrupting. Just look. Look at him.
Thank you very much, MMC. I really appreciate that. We are moving on. Councillor Tennyson, Alderman Tennyson. Councillor Tennyson has waived. Now that was the last speaker. Who else is calling? MMC. Go ahead.
Speaker, I'm not visible. I mean, this is the fourth time I raise my hand. You just.
My apologies.
So, because I wanted to make a submission on the point that Councillor Jackie was raising, because I think the DA needs to help itself. We are going through a DA mediocre fatigue right now, because when Councillor Kobas is speaking, they continuously disrupted him on point 37 on relevance to say he can't speak. Say on the same breath, their so-called chief whip rises on the same point that they viewed as irrelevant and speaks on it. Because if Councillor Kobas is speaking about meetings that are not being attended and that caucus views it as irrelevant, why is Jackie raising on a point on it? And why are you allowing it? Because if it's irrelevant, then the matter or the point must be disposed of. So please, Speaker, assist her, because I heard you in your ruling. You are saying that is noted and it's going to be investigated. For who and for what? Because that matter, according to them, is irrelevant. So please, protect us from that corner there. Because really we're exhausted about their abuse. And I agree with MMC Obakeng. We need to utilize those guys in black and white. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MMC. I must correct it. There is no investigation that is going to take place. I said you can't just say the executive mayor is calling illegal meetings without having evidence on that. Then you say you must take it to rules and ethics. So we are not doing anything on that. Thank you very much. That was the last speaker on this item as recommended. Then let's move to what is no? Are you saying no to the recommendation? Are you saying no to the recommendation? Okay. Then there is a no on the recommendation and there is a yes. Then let's go for those and divide the House. And for those who are saying no, who are against the recommendations, please raise your hands. You can lower your hands, those who are for the recommendations. Those who abstain, please lower your hands. Okay, those who are for, there are 104. Those who are against, 79. Abstain, 2. As recommended, then Honorable Councillors, I will now call the Chair of Chairs to submit to Council the reports emanating from Section 79 committees for consideration. Chair of Chairs.
Angithokoze Somlomo, ngiyathokoza kakhulu ke ithuba ongipha lona. Ngibawa ke ukuthi ngihlale phezu kweprotocol abanye abahlezi phezu kwayo. Ngingaloko ngibiza abantu ngamunye. Kodwa ke engiba ukuveza nginaku abantu nabadinweko Somlomo bafuna ukuya ekhaya. Abase babawe njengomunye obawileko ukuthi ufuna ukuya ekhaya kanti ufuna ukuya ku TikTok. Mhlamba bangizwe. One of the members on the other side said he wants to leave early from council, their boss, only to go to TikTok and spread lies on TikTok about the executive. As earlier, executive member la ubaba Ramabodu ashilo ukuthi kune executive ngapha, so they have to respect this side. Actually, even when they are looking at this side, they must look at this side with respect, especially the one with Macros Pandel up. He must respect us. Honorable Speaker, without any waste of time, I will defer most of my reports to the next council, but submit one for today. And that's from the MPEC, the public accounts. The meeting was held on the 16th of January 2026. Honorable Speaker, the report is tabled. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The item that we are talking about from Section 79A, Standing Committee, Public Account, 16 January 2026. Office of the Speaker, reviewal of MPEC's terms of reference and delegations on matters relating to UIFWs. This report is on page 4 to page 30, and the recommendations are on page 13. Let me see if bakhona abantu abathethayo. Ayanithethi. Theni nifuna ukuthetha? Sanuthetha manje basigoduka. Thank you very much. There is no speaker on this item as recommended. Thank you very much. Honorable councillors, I thank you for your valuable input during this meeting, and the meeting is concluded and this meeting is adjourned.